Chapter 1922. Jianshan's heart sank. Even though he had over 20 Divine King experts from the various empires on his side, no primordial realm experts had come according to his knowledge. However, a primordial realm expert had appeared on the heavenly demon religion's side now. How were they supposed to stop such a supreme expert? Even if all 20 or so Divine King experts worked together, they would not be able to stop a single primordial realm expert. The primordial realm was a higher realm. The difference between them and the Divine King was so great that it was like a chasm that could not be crossed. It was rumored that only the Divine King, who ranked extremely high on the Divine King's side, could take on a primordial realm expert in an open battle, but that was only at the level of early primordial realm. Jianshan subconsciously looked at the Divine King. The Divine King was unfathomable in his eyes the entire time. He had only revealed the tip of his strength earlier, yet he had almost caused the formation of the army of 300,000 from the heavenly demon religion to collapse. Without a doubt, he was the strongest expert on their side. Jianshan did not know whether the Divine King could stop the pressure from the primordial realm expert from the heavenly demon religion. However, as soon as Jianshan thought of that, the Divine King's robes ruffled despite the lack of wind. An extremely terrifying presence erupted from the Divine King's imposing body like a volcano. It surged out with enough power to shake the world, directly passing through the screen of light outside the walls and colliding with the primordial realm expert's presence from the heavenly demon religion. Jianshan's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He discovered that the Divine King's presence was so powerful that it had completely blocked the presence of the primordial realm expert from the heavenly demon religion. The Divine King's presence was no weaker than the primordial realm expert from the heavenly demon religion. The presence of the primordial realm. The Divine King is actually a primordial realm expert. Jianshan was extremely shocked. He looked at the Divine King in shock. It was not just him. All the overgods in the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, including the overgods from the various empires and sects, widened their eyes as well. They stared at the Divine King in disbelief. Waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts. Just like Jianshan, they all believed that the Divine King was only a Divine King. Only now did they suddenly discover that the Divine King had actually reached the primordial realm. The primordial realm was an existence that stood on the same level as the Holy Emperor of the various ancient empires and the ancestors of the various peak sections. Just when all the overgods were shocked by the Divine King's strength, the Divine King experts from the various organizations remained calm. They were not surprised at all. No wonder the Divine King still sits on the throne like he's high above all the Divine King elders from the empires. I was confused at the beginning, but I finally understand now. The Divine King has actually broken through to the primordial realm. The Divine King should have only broken through recently. Otherwise, the news of him reaching the primordial realm would have spread long ago, Jianshan said with a sigh. Some of the overgods from the major sects were secretly muttering to themselves. Outside the walls, the presence of the primordial realm expert from the Empyrean demon cult was blocked by the Divine King. The two presences clashed intensely, and a terrifying pressure permeated the surroundings. Not only did the sky tremble, but the space there rippled like water as visible rings of ripples appeared. In the end, the two presences were evenly matched. Neither of them gained the upper hand. Pingtian, let's leave these trivial matters to the people below. Let's play a game of chess and observe the battle. A dignified voice suddenly rang out from behind the heavenly demon religion. Demonic aura surged as a figure shrouded in black mist flew over on a black cloud. His presence was extremely terrifying, causing the expressions of all the Divine King experts to change. The Divine King stood on the walls and stared at the person in the black mist calmly. He said, "Vice Leader Huayan, I never thought you'd actually come personally. Ha ha, Pingtian, you've already broken through to the primordial realm. You're no longer the Divine King. Since you've come, it's impossible for me not to come, the person in the black mist laughed aloud. With that, the black mist around him began to disperse, revealing a handsome middle-aged man in black robes in the end. However, the middle-aged man gave off a sense of evilness, which made him seem sinister. With a wave of Huai'an's hand, a chessboard appeared in the air. He directly sat down before the chessboard and made an inviting gesture towards the Divine King. The Divine King remained calm. He took a step and appeared before Huai'an like he had teleported. He sat down before the chessboard. As primordial realm experts, they would not fight so easily, as the destruction would be just too great. If the two of them fought recklessly here, just the terrifying shock waves of energy would probably be enough to cause heavy casualties. The tough fortress would be flattened. As a result, both Vice Leader Huai'an and the Divine King did not wish for a battle to break out. That would only make their losses even heavier. It would not be worth it. Is this the Vice Leader of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Huai'an? Jianshan stared at Huai'an. It was this person who had killed the Divine King Duanmu in the past. It was also because of this person that the overgods who had entered the Divine King Duanmu's dwelling dared not accept the Divine King's legacy. It was also because of this person that Ling Hogong had vanished from the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, hiding in a place that no one knew about. The primordial realm experts on both sides were kept busy by their opponent. Even though they possessed extraordinary abilities, they were unable to interfere with the battle below. Attack! On the Empyrean demon cult side, the 300,000 soldiers of the three armies began to move at the same time under the orders of the three commanders. The battle had officially begun. Immediately, countless formations in the three armies were activated. They flickered under the dark clouds that blocked out the sunlight, giving off powerful pulses of energy. Each formation was formed by 10,000 people, and in the middle of each formation, there was a small formation diagram floating. Through the formation diagram's amplitude, not only could the power of the 10,000 people be perfectly combined, but this power would also become stronger after being amplified by the formation diagram. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The heavens fell and the earth split apart. Mountains collapsed, and the entire earth trembled. The three armies of 300,000 stood in 30 formations. They radiated with surging pulses of energy as they attacked the barrier of light before the walls with their full strength. Even though the barrier of light was extremely tough, where even Divine King experts would need to expend quite a lot of effort to get through it, it shook violently after withstanding such a ferocious attack. It wavered and rapidly dimmed. The army of over 100 million moved at the same time on the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian's side. Under the orders of the Grand Imperial Protector, the army was divided into several groups. A portion of them arrived before the formation and poured their origin energy into the center of the formation to support the defenses. Another portion of people stood on the walls. All of them pressed their hands against the walls as they poured their origin energy into the walls. Chapter 1923. Boom. Boom. Boom! Immediately, deafening booms constantly rang out. The pillars of light from the formations on the fortress were dazzling and resplendent, illuminating the sky and turning it snow-white. Every single pillar of light possessed extremely powerful pulses of energy. However, when the pillars of light struck the soldiers of the three armies of the Heavenly Demon Religion, they were blocked by a layer of black demonic aura from the formations. The defensive power of this layer of black demon chi was very strong. More than a dozen energy light beams shot out from the fortress simultaneously bombarded it, but they were unable to penetrate this layer of demon chi. The soldiers of the three armies of the Heavenly Demon Religion used the layer of demonic aura to block the attacks from the fortress. At the same time, they all powered up the formations and launched powerful attacks at the barrier of light that blocked their path. The barrier of light connected the sky to the ground. As long as the barrier remained intact, even those who could fly would not be able to pass through it. The energy of the barrier of light was depleted extremely quickly as it faced the storm-like attacks from the three armies of the heavenly demon religion. The soldiers who provided the barrier with energy paled very soon as their origin energy was completely depleted. However, just when they were about to give out, a second batch of soldiers immediately came up to replace them. They did their best to maintain the barrier of light. On the stronghold, the soldiers who provided energy for the attack formations engraved on the city walls were also replaced by batches. At the same time, a large number of divine crystals were poured into the cores of the formations. Using both sources of energy, the power of the formations was unleashed to the limit. Jianshan stood with the people from the Dong and province on the walls. He watched the situation below and frowned heavily. The 9 armies of the heavenly demon religion really are powerful. They really are terrifying armies that can wipe out an army of millions with just 100,000. The formations created by the 10,000 people have already reached the peak of Overgod. Even the prodigy of the sword sect of the azure-clothed, Luo Yunfei, who fought against me, would probably only be able to flee when faced with the formations, Jianshan murmured to himself as he stared at the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion closely. Not only did the people of the 3 armies reach the level of peak overgods after forming the formations, but they were not weak either. They were all deities at the very least. Although the divine kingdom of Pingtian had gathered an army of over 100 million, it was only quantity that mattered. There was no quality to it. Compared to the army of 300,000 from the heavenly demon religion, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The 9 armies of the heavenly demon religion were all composed of godhood cultivators, while the army of over 100 million from the divine kingdom of Pingtian was mainly composed of origin realm cultivators. The difference in strength between the 2 armies was obvious. Only the royal divine army can fend off such a powerful army in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Jianshan sighed inside. The royal divine army of the divine kingdom of Pingtian was very powerful and was also composed of godhood cultivators, but there were just too few of them. On the battlefield, the soldiers of the 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion had to attack the barriers of light while enduring the beams of energy from the formations on the walls. Very soon, some of them were overwhelmed. A few soldiers from the heavenly demon religion had already died, having their bodies pierced by the beams of energy. Even their souls were unable to escape from the devastating shock waves of energy, directly dispersing. The divine kingdom of Pingtian had paid quite a heavy price as well. Even without mentioning the tremendous amount of divine crystals, they had to switch out batches and batches of soldiers to provide energy for the formations. Look at you men. Is it worth it for you to sacrifice your origin energy so desperately? Just how much has the divine kingdom of Pingtian given you? Is it worth it for you to risk your lives? In my opinion, it's better for you to flee with your loved ones if you have the strength to do so, away from the flames of war so that you can spend the rest of your lives with your loved ones. At this moment, a giggle rang out in the air. It was filled with endless charm, directly drowning out the rumbles on the battlefield. It reverberated into the fortress. Many of the overgods on the walls became dazed for a moment when they heard the voice. Confusion filled their eyes. However, this confusion only lasted for a few seconds before they recovered. Immediately, all of them became covered in cold sweat as they felt lingering fear. Even Jianshan felt his soul thump. He had almost lost his composure. In the next moment, his eyes immediately shone brightly. He guarded his mind firmly as he stared straight ahead. He was not affected by the voice at all. Yashi Lian, commander of the 7th Army. She's a late divine king. She's a 9-tailed fox. She's lustful and skilled in charm. Jianshan thought back to the introduction the divine king had given to the 3 commanders of the heavenly demon religion. Clearly, the person who had charmed him was the commander of the 7th Army, Yashi Lian. Jianshan was filled with caution. Clearly, the charm in Yashi Lian's voice was not targeted at him, but even with that being the case, he had almost lost his composure. If it was targeted at him, he did not even know if he could remain conscious. However, the charm in Yaxi Lian's voice did not affect the overgods very much because it was not targeted at them on purpose. However, the hundreds of millions of soldiers gathered in the fortress were not that powerful. The moment Yaxi Lian's voice rang out, all of their minds fell under her control. A sliver of confusion appeared in their eyes. Yaxi Lian's voice echoed through their heads. It shattered their mental defenses in a single instance, causing them to lose themselves. Yeah, the divine kingdom of Pingtian only gives me a few divine crystals every year. Is it really worth it for me to give up my life for? I have a wife too. Why don't I take my wife to a faraway place, far away from the flames of war? Why do I have to take part in this war and throw away my life for nothing? At that moment, many people's wills were shaken. The soldiers who provided energy to the screen of light all stopped what they were doing. Their wills sank and their fighting spirit vanished. As a result, the screen of light outside the city walls rapidly dimmed. It had to be mentioned that Yaxi Lian's charm was extremely powerful. Just a single sentence had affected the minds of the 100 million soldiers. The expressions of the divine king experts on the walls all changed when they sensed the weakening of the army. Immediately, a divine king bellowed out. This roar was like the rumbling of heavenly thunder, exploding in the minds of the 100 million soldiers. Immediately, everyone regained their clarity of mind. However, the barrier on the walls was no longer supported by enough energy due to the delay. Under the full-powered attacks of the three armies of the heavenly demon religion, the barrier was destroyed with a great boom. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc, blowing away the soldiers who provided the barrier with energy. Everyone was crushed to pieces. Their bodies were still flying through the air, and before they landed on the ground, they had already lost their lives. Kill. Without the obstruction of the barrier, the fortress of the divine kingdom of Pingtian was directly exposed to the heavenly demon religion. The three armies of the heavenly demon religion surged with vigor as they roared out. They directly charged up the walls. All overgods, move out! Kill the enemy with your full strength! The Grand Imperial Protector called out. He was extremely stern. Protect yourselves. Don't stray too far from the walls. Jianshan ordered the people behind him. Then he drew the startling rainbow sword and directly charged at the heavenly demon religion with surging sword chi. The dazzling light from the sword flickered in the surroundings, shattering the demonic aura in the surroundings. It directly slashed towards a formation of 10,000 people from the heavenly demon religion. Chapter 1924. When Jianshan struck out, the other overgods did not stand by idly either. They all rose into the air and charged towards the three armies of the heavenly demon religion aggressively. With that, several hundred overgods flew out from the divine kingdom of Pingtian's side. The divine kingdom of Pingtian only took up around a dozen people, while the reinforcements from the surrounding divine kingdoms took up several dozen people. The rest all came from large empires and sections. When the overgods from the divine kingdom of Pingtian moved out, many overgods from the heavenly demon religion flew out as well. They engaged in an intense battle with the overgods from the divine kingdom of Pingtian in the air, preventing the overgods from attacking the formation. Immediately, booms constantly rang out in the sky. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, blotting out the sky and causing the sun, moon, and stars to dim in comparison. The fortress on the border of the divine kingdom of Pingtian constantly shook as well. However, the fortress was extraordinarily tough. Inscriptions flickered on it, allowing it to endure the terrifying storm of energy stubbornly. The overgods from both sides engaged in an intense battle in the air. None of them had a fixed opponent. They would fight wherever they went. In the previous moment, your opponent might be the same person, but in the next second, it might be someone else. The battle between the overgods was extremely intense. In just a short while, blood rained down from the sky as severed limbs flew through the air. Many people were already heavily injured, or they had even directly died. Corpses of over-gods fell from the sky. Jianchen wielded the startling rainbow sword as he entered the chaotic battle between the over-gods. Light filled the sky as sword chi rampaged about. He did not show any mercy at all. However, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the upper echelon of the heavenly demon religion, he purposefully hid his strength. He did not use his full strength, only displaying strength equivalent to Luo Yunfei's. However, even with that being the case, he still stood at the very peak among the over-gods. Very few late over-gods from the heavenly demon religion were his opponent. Jianchen purposefully avoided late over-gods and specially targeted early and mid over-gods. He killed them with lightning speed. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Very soon, the number of early and mid over-gods that had died to Jianchen's hands reached 7. Jianchen would collect their space rings whenever he killed one of them. The senses of his soul enveloped the entire battlefield, paying close attention to Siyu, Houston, and Ruijin. However, the battle raged on the battlefield. Jianchen's senses of his soul was quite affected as well. The power of his soul was being depleted, but he did not care. Over-gods from the heavenly demon religion. 5 early and mid over-gods had died to his hands, but in the end, he faced with a late over-god from the heavenly demon religion, and engaged. And over-gods. 5 early and mid over-gods had already died to his over-gods. In the end there were 5 kill. Aside from Luo Yunfei, there were other prodigies from the various empires as well. Every single one of them was very powerful, and they did not pale in comparison to Luo Yunfei. The heavenly demon religion did not have any fewer powerful over-gods than the divine kingdom of Pingtian. These over-gods were the same as Jianchen and the others, specifically targeting the weaker people. Very soon, the various empires suffered heavy losses. Many early and mid over-gods from the various empires and sects had died at their hands. The senses of Jianchen's soul clearly captured the 2 early over-gods from the Earth Spirit sect that he had beheaded with a single strike. Their heads were smashed to pieces by a black-clothed young man from the Empyrean demon cult who radiated with a demonic aura. Their souls dispersed. Nearby, Protector Gong and Protector Wu both became furious when they saw how their junior brothers had been killed. They roared out furiously and abandoned their opponents, charging towards the young man who had killed their junior brothers at the same time. Although the young man from the heavenly demon religion was at the same level of cultivation as Protector Gong and Protector Wu, he was extremely powerful. Demonic aura surged around him, and the boundless, black mist changed according to his will. Turned into a huge hand that he struck out with. In just a single strike, he knocked Protector Gong and Protector Wu away. Killing the 2 of you will take some time. I'll come and collect your souls later. The young man stared at Protector Gong and Protector Wu coldly. He did not waste any more time with them, continuing to look for early and mid over-gods to kill. He remembered the orders from the 3 commanders. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, he had to kill as many experts as he could. At this moment, the closest mid-over-god to the young man was the ancestor of the Yubing clan from the frigid snow province of the divine kingdom of Pingtian, Bing Lu. Just when Bing Lu repelled a mid-over-god from the heavenly demon religion with his dragon-headed staff, he suddenly felt an extremely great sense of danger, causing all his hairs to stand on end. The young man from the heavenly demon religion appeared before Bing Lu silently. He extended his hand emotionlessly and directly reached towards the top of Bing Lu's head. A terrifying pressure radiated from his hand. A gleam of light flashed through Bing Lu's eyes. Even though he knew he was not the young man's opponent, he showed no fear. He struck out with his dragon-headed staff as hard as he could with the laws of ice, causing the space there to freeze. Crack! The young man's strength was extremely terrifying. When his hand fell, it snapped Bing Lu's staff in half. Afterwards, His hand did not slow down at all, continuing towards Bing Lu's head. At that critical moment, Bing Lu's body swayed slightly. He moved back 3 inches in an instant, dodging the fatal strike by a hair's breadth. In the end, the young man's hand basically brushed past Bing Lu's face, leaving behind 5 bloody marks. The young man produced a gentle interjection of surprise after his strike missed. He glanced at Bing Lu in surprise, but he did not treat it too seriously. He took a step forward and extended his hand a second time. He still reached towards Bing Lu's head, as if he wanted to rip Bing Lu's head to pieces. From the beginning to the end, the young man remained extremely composed. He possessed great confidence. Bing Lu became extremely stern. He could sense the young man's strength. He was not someone he could stop. Just when he wanted to dodge as hard as he could, a figure suddenly flashed before him. The commander of the Royal Divine Army, Xian Dou, appeared before him. He wore armor and wielded a sword. He possessed extraordinary might. With a thrum, Xian Dou swung his sword as hard as he could towards the young man's hand. Faced with Xian Dou's attack, the young man sneered in disdain. Demonic qi surged in his hand, and the move he originally used to grab Bing Lu's head changed. He slapped the back of the sword with lightning-like speed. Bang! When the hand and the sword came in contact, it was like 2 mountains had collided, erupting with a heavy sound. Energy wreaked havoc, and Xian Dou's sword was directly knocked away. The powerful force caused the web between Xian Dou's thumb and forefinger to crack. Blood dyed the hilt of his sword red. So powerful! Xian Dou was extremely shocked. They were both late overgods, but the difference between him and the black-robed young man was just too great. The power of laws condensed on his sword was dispersed by a single palm strike from the young man. The young man remained indifferent. He continued to attack Xian Dou. Even though he did not possess a weapon, his battle prowess was still extremely shocking. In just 3 moves, he heavily injured Xian Dou, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Chapter 1925. Apart from Jianchen, who had killed his way into the depths alone, none of the other overgods of the divine kingdom of Pingtian were powerful enough. They all gathered together in a small region. Seeing the danger, a few more overgods immediately hurried over to provide support. However, basically all of them were early overgods. There were not many who had reached mid-overgod, so they were not the terrifying young man's opponent. In just a few clashes, all the overgods who had come to provide support were heavily injured. If it were not for the fact that they looked after one another, they probably would have died to the young man's hands already. Seeing how valiant the young man was, the overgods from the various empires and sects were no longer bold enough to charge up and fight him. They all avoided him. No one cared about the fates of the overgods of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Moreover, many people could barely even take care of themselves in such a brutal, chaotic battle, so why would they have the energy to care about others? Yang Kai did not choose to stand out at this moment either. He moved far away and fought against a late overgod who was around his level of strength. The young man struck out once again. Every single strike possessed extremely terrifying might. His hand was covered in demonic aura as he reached towards Xian Dou's head with cold, killing intent. Xian Dou's face changed drastically. He was already heavily injured, so he was powerless to block the young man's fatal strike. At this moment, a streak of light shot over from the distance. It moved extremely quickly, like a bolt of lightning, crossing 1,000 kilometers in a single instance. It directly shot towards the young man with surging sword qi. Before the sword had even arrived, the cold sword qi had already locked onto the black-clothed young man, causing him to frown. His hand, which was about to grab Xian Dou's head, also paused. After which, he swung it at the sword qi with even greater force without any hesitation. Boom! The sword aura made contact with the palm, causing the body of the black-clothed young man to tremble violently. The monstrous demonic aura that permeated his palm also surged violently, before becoming dim. Faintly, one could see that a bloody wound had appeared on his palm. It was a ghastly sight, and traces of fresh blood flowed out from it. The eyes of the black-clothed young man hardened. His indifferent expression finally became a little more solemn. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the sword aura came from. Jianchen protected himself with light as he charged over aggressively with the startling rainbow sword. The surging sword intent he gave off was enough to deter many of the overgods from the heavenly demon religion. All of you, return to the fortress and heal your wounds. Leave this person to me, Jianchen said to Xian Dou and the others. He did not exchange too many pleasantries. He swung the startling rainbow sword, shooting out strands of sharp and powerful sword chi as he clashed with the young man. A pair of gauntlets appeared on the black-clothed youth's hands. His entire hand was covered by the gauntlet. Monstrous demonic chi surged, accompanied by the power of law, as he engaged in an intense battle with Jianchen. The ripples of energy that erupted from their battle were extremely intense. They blanketed the entire battlefield, becoming the center of attention. It also attracted the attention of the Divine King experts from both sides. It had to be mentioned that the black-clothed youth's strength was extremely shocking. He was far more powerful than prodigies like Luo Yunfei, which shocked even Jianchen. Originally, Jianchen had only displayed strength equivalent to Luo Yunfei's, but the appearance of the black-clothed youth forced Jianchen to reveal even more of his strength. Only then could he match the black-clothed youth. The demonic chi condensed on the black-clothed youth's gauntlets was extremely dense and pure. Coupled with the power of laws, the sword chi on the startling rainbow sword would disperse slightly every time it came in contact with Jianchen's startling rainbow sword. In the end, he would only be able to use 80% of his power. Even the laws of the sword were no exception. They would weaken when they collided with the black-clothed youth's laws. The laws of devour. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately recognized the laws that the black-clothed youth had grasped. The black-clothed youth was emotionless and extremely cold. He said, "You should be Jianchen. It's rumored that you have the right to make it onto the Overgod's plaque. You really do have some ability. However, if you want to truly become a supreme figure on the Divine King's plaque, you need to defeat me first." As soon as he finished speaking, the might of the world suddenly appeared. A huge black hole silently appeared behind the black-clothed young man. It released a terrifying suction force, causing the surrounding space to distort. With the appearance of the black hole, the light in the surroundings immediately dimmed. Even the chaotic streams of energy in the surroundings became slightly thinner. The origin energy in a range of several dozen kilometers had completely vanished at that moment. Not only could the black hole devour light, but it could also devour all energy. If you can block my attack, I'll admit that you have the strength to make it onto the Overgod's plaque. If you can't, the person who will defeat you will be Xing Luo, the black-clothed youth said. As he extended a finger, the black hole behind him immediately engulfed Jianchen. Terrifying devouring power permeated the surroundings, beginning to devour the laws of the sword that had gathered around Jianchen. Even Jianchen's body was locked onto by the terrifying suction, pulling him towards the black hole. It restricted his movements as if he had fallen into mud. "Arg! I want to kill you and avenge my two junior brothers." Behind Jianchen, the woman who had been pinned to the city walls by Jianchen with a fan flew over with lightning speed. She stared at the black-clothed youth in hatred as killing intent surged. The woman was only a mid-overgod. Someone as powerful as Xing Luo could not even be bothered to glance at her. All of his attention was focused on Jianchen. Jianchen remained calm. He also did not pay any attention to the woman with the fan. The difference in strength was just too great. If she had approached a certain distance, just the black hole from Xing Luo would have been enough to swallow her easily, let alone deal with him. However, Jianchen did not have a good impression of the Earth Spirit sect. Naturally, he could not be bothered to stop the woman who had come to die. Xingluo, looks like you've already made it onto the Overgod's plaque. May I ask what your ranking is? Jianshan said calmly. He was not flustered at all, remaining composed. He formed a seal with his hand, and a golden strand of sword chi condensed, shooting towards the black hole as a streak of light. At the same time, the woman with the fan charged over as well. Her eyes were filled with hatred as if she had gone mad. A talisman silently appeared in her hand. It was engraved with complicated and profound inscriptions, sealing up a great power. She directly tossed out the talisman in her hand. However, she did not toss it towards Xingluo, who had killed her two junior brothers. Instead, she tossed it towards Jianshan, who was fighting Xingluo. As soon as Jianshan used the Daluo sword chi, he sensed the woman's actions, and his face immediately changed. However, it was too late. The talisman moved extremely quickly, arriving before Jianshan in a single instance. It exploded with a great boom. Terrifying energy that was as vast as the ocean surged out in a single instance like an erupting volcano, slamming into Jianshan. Spurt. Chapter 1926. The power of the talisman was simply too strong. It had already surpassed the limits of the Overgod realm and entered the Divine King realm. It was equivalent to the power of a Divine King expert's attack. To an Overgod it was quite terrifying. Even though Jianshan's chaotic body had reached the 11th layer, he was still heavily injured from being caught off guard. The Daluo sword chi collided with Xingluo's black hole at the same time. The two of them were actually evenly matched, and they both dispersed with a boom. However, in the next moment, the shock waves from the talisman swept over. Like a hot knife through butter, it destroyed the shock waves from the Daluo sword chi and the black hole, forming a visible shock wave that swept off into the distance. All the Overgods along the way were blown away. Xingluo's face changed as well. Demonic aura enveloped him, and the laws of devouring coiled around him. He retreated with lightning speed. However, even with that being the case, he was still blown away by the shockwave of energy. He was covered in dust and reduced to a horrible shape. All the Divine King on the walls personally witnessed this. The Grand Imperial Protector immediately became furious, and he swore at the people of the Earth Spirit Sect. Earth Spirit Sect, you're so despicable. You're actually killing one another in such an important situation, and you've even bestowed a Divine King-level talisman. Are you trying to kill Jianshan completely? The three elders of the Earth Spirit Sect were emotionless. Elder Mu said sternly, "Please don't misunderstand, Imperial Protector. This has nothing to do with us. It's all because of this wretched disciple. We will definitely punish this wretched disciple after this matter." She acted on her own? Haha, she acted on her own. You're pushing all the blame onto the disciple with just a simple sentence. An elder from the Taoist sect of Calm Cloud sneered. Even if you flip through the entire Earth Spirit sect, you won't be able to find a few talismans of such high quality. If she did not receive your permission, do you think a female disciple would be bold enough to use such a precious talisman to kill a supreme overbod of the divine kingdom of Pingtian? Furthermore, such a precious rune is not something that an ordinary guardian disciple can possess. Since your Taoist sect of Calm Clouds believes that we're the ones behind this, then I hope that you can produce evidence as well. If you can't, then don't slander us and make false accusations. An elder from the Earth Spirit sect retorted. However, he stared in the direction of the explosion without blinking at all. Earth Spirit sect, you really have gone too far this time. This Divine King-level talisman has injured quite a few of our clansmen. Another Divine King said. His face was sunken and very ugly. He looked at the three elders of the Earth Spirit sect with great hostility. He was an elder of one of the top clans in the Divine Court Empire. When the Earth Spirit sect's protector detonated the Overgod talisman, there just happened to be an Overgod in his clan nearby, so he was caught in the crossfire. The three elders of the Earth Spirit sect clasped their fists and apologized, claiming that they would compensate them afterward. Only then did the expressions of the Divine King from the various organizations improve slightly. Jianshan is probably done for after enduring the full power of a Divine King-level talisman, although some of the supreme prodigies on the Overgod's plaque can rival the Divine King. That's only for those who rank towards the very front and possess extremely shocking talent. Moreover, the Divine King is just an ordinary Divine King. However, the power of the talisman. What a pity! What a pity! A supreme figure like Jianshan has actually died like this. Many Overgods shook their heads and sighed as they stood on the walls. Their faces were filled with pity. They did not believe that Jianshan could survive the attack of a Divine King-level talisman. The Imperial Protector of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian flew up as soon as possible, directly shooting towards Jianshan. He wanted to bring Jianshan back. Imperial Protector, don't. Immediately, a Divine King stopped the Grand Imperial Protector, but the Grand Imperial Protector ignored him. Jianshan was a member of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. If he died, it would only be the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian that suffered losses. The other Divine Kings could ignore Jianshan's safety, but the Grand Imperial Protector was unable to do so. As a matter of fact, a few Divine Kings were happy to see this happen. They were eager for something to happen to Jianshan. The Divine Kingdom of Pingtian already possessed a primordial realm expert. If they gained another one in the future, one who was on the Overgod's plaque and had a chance to make it onto the Divine King's plaque, they would basically be riding on their heads. However, the heavenly demon religion naturally could not just stand by and watch as the Grand Imperial Protector moved. If a Divine King entered the battlefield of Overgods, there would be far too many uncertainties. The heavenly demon religion naturally did not wish for something like that to happen. Moreover, Xingluo was still on the battlefield. They could not allow anything to happen to him. As a result, as soon as the Grand Imperial Protector moved, a burly man appeared before him, blocking his path. Yan Wuming. The Grand Imperial Protector's face changed drastically the moment he saw the burly man. Yan Wuming smiled viciously. Without saying anything, he directly threw a punch at the Grand Imperial Protector. It was straightforward and decisive, without any hesitation at all. His simple punch possessed devastating power. It was extremely terrifying. Wherever the fist passed by, space would distort, and vision would blur. Terrifying energy condensed on the fist. Just the pressure of the energy was enough to make the Grand Imperial Protector tremble. Yan Wuming's strength had already reached the late Divine Kings, and he had obtained his position as commander of the 9th Army after defeating all his opponents in the Hall of Protectors. His strength was unquestionable. Even the 9 Divine Kings that Jianshan had encountered in the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair paled in comparison to Yan Wuming. Oh no, Yan Wuming has moved. The expressions of the Divine Kings on the fortress all changed. The 2 subjects from the imperial family immediately flew up to receive him. However, they were clearly too late. With a heavy sound, the Grand Imperial Protector vomited blood from Yan Wuming's punch. He was heavily injured. The 2 subjects from the Heavenly Moon Empire immediately kept Yan Wuming busy, giving the Grand Imperial Protector time to escape. The 2 subjects were extremely powerful as well, but not only did they fail to gain the upper hand against Yan Wuming when they worked together, they were even suppressed by him. Ha 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 ha, since you're so impatient to fight, I'll play with you. A loud laugh rang out from the heavenly demon religion's side. The commander of the 8th Army, Luo Duo, had moved as well. He smiled bloodthirstily. Hee, I'll take you on as well. The commander of the 7th Army, Yashi Lian, giggled. She was enchanting, and her voice was filled with charm. It was enough to make people fall into a trance. The Grand Imperial Protector's actions affected the entire situation. The Divine King from both sides began to fight at that moment as well. Aside from the 3 commanders, there were a few Divine Kings from the Hall of Protectors on the side of the heavenly demon religion. They were no weaker than the Divine King from the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. However, a battle between divine kings was just too destructive. Moreover, it was a battle between so many divine kings. As a result, the divine king from both sides all flew out of the cloud plane and engaged in a great battle in outer space. It was far enough from the ground. Let alone a battle between divine kings, even a battle between primordial realm experts would not affect others. In the blink of an eye, all the divine kings from both sides had left, only leaving behind a few overgods to command the battle. However, the divine king and the vice-leader of the Empyrean demon cult, Huayan, remained seated in the air. A chessboard was placed between the two of them, and the powerful ripples of energy were unable to get within 300 meters of them. At this moment, the two of them were completely focused. They stared at the chessboard without blinking at all, as if they had devoted all of their attention to it. Every single piece on the chessboard possessed the vital energies of the two primordial realm experts. On the surface, they seemed to be playing a game of chess. However, they were actually fighting in a different way. Chapter 1927. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianshan, had been attacked by a divine king-level talisman. Naturally, many overgods had seen this. Even though many of them believed that Jianshan had already died to the talisman, it did not cause too great of a commotion. In such a large-scale battle between overgods could die at any time. Even the death of a supreme overgod like Jianshan only caused a few people to sigh emotionally. What a pity! You've already died before I could even decide the outcome of the battle, Xingluo said with pity. He had also been struck by the shockwaves from the divine king-level talisman, but as he was far enough away and Jianshan had blocked most of the power, he was not injured. Jianshan, I'd like to see how you're still alive now. The woman who had launched a sneak attack on Jianshan with the divine king-level talisman had already retreated from the battlefield. She stared in the direction where Jianshan had been coldly as she gloated. Ha ha, don't you have the strength to make it onto the overgod's plaque? But so what? You still died to my hands in the end. Although the divine king-level talisman was bestowed upon me by Master, and it was Master and the other two elders who ordered me to kill you, it doesn't change the fact that you've died to my hands. Humph, let alone a supreme overgod, even if you're the divine king, I'll make you pay the price for offending my earth spirit sect, the woman sneered. The woman sneered. As soon as she thought about how she had personally killed a supreme overgod, an enemy that she hated to the core, she felt great joy. However, the woman's smile suddenly froze. Her eyes widened as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in her life. She became stunned. A bloodied person slowly hovered up from the center of the battlefield. Blood covered his face, so it was impossible to make out his appearance. However, an intense sword aura surged from his body. Mixed within it was an extremely strong killing intent. The killing intent was so powerful that it was enough to cause the world to change color and origin energy to tremble. The many overgods who fought there were all shocked as well. Fear filled their faces. It's Jianshan. Heavens, the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan is actually still alive. How is this possible? The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan actually managed to survive after taking on an attack from a divine king-level inscription, which is equivalent to taking on a strike from a divine king expert. An uproar immediately broke out in the field. If Jianshan had really died, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction from the crowd, because in their eyes it was only natural. However, he was actually still alive. He had taken on an attack from a divine king as an overgod, yet he was only injured. Everyone was shocked and filled with disbelief. This is impossible. This is impossible. How is he still alive? How is he still alive? How is he still alive? A divine king-level inscription actually failed to kill him when he was caught off guard. How is this possible? The woman with the fan had already retreated to the walls of the fortress. She stared at Jianshan, who had flown back into the air, in complete shock. Jianshan hovered in the air. At that moment, the killing intent he gave off was so powerful that it was truly terrifying. Just the killing intent alone was enough to deter the surrounding overgods of the heavenly demon religion. Even though many people already knew that Jianchen was heavily injured, the killing intent still shocked all of them. They did not dare to approach him. The overgods of the heavenly demon religion did not dare to attack Jianchen either. The Earth Spirit Sect. Jianchen stared at the woman with the fan on the wall. He gritted his teeth as he growled. He had fought against a supreme overgod of the heavenly demon religion and stopped the supreme overgod from slaughtering the experts on his side. Not only had he saved the people of the divine kingdom of Pingtian, but he had also prevented the people of the other organizations from dying to Xing Luo's hands. However, he had never thought that he would actually suffer a sneak attack from someone on his side at that crucial moment. He had taken on the power of a divine king-level inscription while he was caught off guard. If it were any other time, he would have been fine with the sneak attack from the Earth Spirit Sect, but what was the current situation? The heavenly demon religion was such a powerful enemy, yet there was actually someone who ignored the bigger picture and attacked someone on his side. This made Jianchen extremely furious. The flames of fury in his heart were enough to obliterate the sky. Actions like this could never be forgiven. In the next moment, Jianchen directly charged off as a streak of light. He did not continue killing the people of the heavenly demon religion. Instead, he directly charged towards the walls, towards the woman with the fan on the wall. The woman's actions had completely infuriated Jianchen. As a result, Jianchen wanted to kill her regardless of the situation. If he did not kill her, how was he supposed to vent his anger? How was he supposed to quell his fury? Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, calm down. Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, please calm down. Consider the bigger picture. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Many overgods from the various organizations communicated with Jianchen secretly. Now that they were facing a great enemy, not only would it be a blow to their morale, but it would also have an extraordinarily great impact. Protector Gong and Protector Wu from the Earth Spirit Sect blocked Jianchen as soon as possible. They bellowed at Jianchen, Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, why aren't you doing your best to kill the enemy before us? The two protectors spoke righteously, completely ignoring the fact that their junior sister had launched a sneak attack on Jianchen. Piss off! Jianchen was unfazed. He bellowed out furiously as killing intent filled his terrifyingly sharp eyes. As he swung the startling rainbow sword, it shone with dazzling sword chi. Not only did the sword chi not weaken at all, but it became even more powerful. Protector Gong and Protector Wu were heavily injured in the first place, so they were even less of an opponent when faced with such powerful sword chi. Just a single strand of sword chi cleaved them in half at the waist. Who dares to stop me? Jianchen bellowed out furiously. He used the startling rainbow sword to carve out a path, directly charging towards the woman with the fan. He was furious. At that moment, Jianchen seemed like an enraged primordial beast. He was even more powerful than before he was injured. He was unstoppable and extremely valiant, causing all the overgods along the way to avoid him, regardless of friend or foe. They looked at Jianchen in fear. Is the Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan really injured? Why do I feel like he's much more terrifying than before? Is the Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan injured or not? Many overgods paid attention to Jianchen as they fought their opponents. All of them were shocked. Junior Sister Chen, run! Protector Wu and Protector Gong called out to the woman from afar. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a few overgods from the heavenly demon religion surrounded them. Demonic aura surged, and the two protectors' heads were smashed to pieces, wiping out their souls. Protector Gong and Protector Wu had both died in battle. They had died to the hands of the heavenly demon religion. The woman's face was pale now. She trembled as she stood on the walls. Her gaze towards Jianchen was filled with fear. Afterwards, she immediately took out a teleportation formation disk and activated it as quickly as possible. She vanished in a flash of white light. Boom! As soon as the woman fled, a powerful strand of sword chi shot over, directly striking where she stood and producing a great sound. Jianchen hovered before the walls of the fortress as he stared in the direction that the woman had vanished in. His face was extremely sunken. Suddenly, he glanced past the battlefield and stared at the other disciples of the Earth Spirit sect. The light in his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The 7 overgods from the Earth Spirit sect were not the only ones who had come as reinforcements. The 7 overgods who had attacked the Dong'an province were only under Elder Mu. Out of the 3 elders who had come to the divine kingdom of Pingtian this time, every single one of them had brought a few disciples. Right now, he was considering whether he should kill off the disciples of the other 2 elders. The woman had launched a sneak attack under such circumstances, and she had even used a Divine King-level talisman. Afterwards, when he tried to kill her, Protector Wu and Protector Gong had even stopped him. Jianchen refused to believe that the elders of the Earth Spirit sect had nothing to do with this. As a result, Jianchen hated the Earth Spirit sect to the bone. He was tempted to kill all their disciples. Please listen to Xiaoyao's prestige. Once there are any changes to the updates in the future, Xiaoyao will inform you through prestige. Search. Xingxiao 110. It was not complicated. It was Xiaoyao's pseudonym and a police number. Alternatively, they could directly search for Xiaoyao's pseudonym. Once there were 20,000 people in prestige, a function could be activated. Many authors used this function to send red packets to their readers in return for their support. Chapter 1928. Jianchen, don't be impatient. I promise that I will get the Earth Spirit sect to give you an explanation after this battle. The matter at hand is to stop the heavenly demon religion. Don't panic before the enemy. It'll only bring you more harm than good. Just as Jianchen hesitated over whether he should vent his anger on the other people from the Earth Spirit sect, the Divine King's voice rang out in his head. Jianchen turned around and stared at the Divine King who was playing chess with Huayan in the sky. He could clearly sense 2 devastating powers clashing on the chessboard between the 2 of them. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and slowly withdrew his killing intent. He did his best to quell his anger as he thought, Your Majesty, since you've already promised me that you'll get the Earth Spirit sect to give me a satisfactory explanation, I'd like to see just what kind of explanation the Earth Spirit sect will give me in the end. I'll let that woman live for a few more days. In the end, Jianchen did not kill his own people. However, he had already committed today's grievances to memory. On the battlefield below, the battle between the 2 sides was extremely intense. Many overgods had died, while the weaker soldiers suffered even greater casualties. As far as the eye could see, the ground was already completely crimson red. Corpses covered the ground like a carpet while blood converged into a stream. The air was suffused with a dense smell of blood while severed limbs covered the ground, causing it to be extremely miserable. The 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion relied on formations. Every 10,000 people stood in a huge formation. An army of 300,000 in a total of 300,000 people engaged in an intense battle against the army of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. It had to be mentioned that an army of over 100 million possessed an absolute advantage in terms of numbers against 300,000. However, when the battle truly began, it was a one-sided battle. It was not the army of the heavenly demon religion that was defeated. Instead, it was the army of over 100 million from the divine kingdom of Pingtian. The 3 armies of the heavenly demon religion rampaged through the army of the divine kingdom of Pingtian as if they were invincible. Wherever they passed by, flesh and blood would fly as miserable cries rang out. The ground was littered with corpses. Even though the divine kingdom of Pingtian's side also had their armies in battle formations, they were nowhere close to the formation of the heavenly demon religion. Not to mention the huge difference in the level of the formation, just the individual strength of the soldiers was on a completely different level. On the walls of the stronghold, countless soldiers used large amounts of divine crystals to provide energy for the formations, activating all of the formations on the stronghold. The white energy beams shot out interweaved into a large net, continuously attacking the 3 legions of the heavenly demon religion. Even though quite a few people from the 3 armies of the Empyrean demon cult had died to the formations of the fortress, the 10,000-man formation continued to function without them. Even though it had weakened, it was still invincible. Siyu, Houston, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish gathered together with the gods from the powerful clans of the Dong'an province. They looked after one another and worked with the other gods to stop the formation of the heavenly demon religion. Gods died at every moment. Even 2 gods from the powerful clans of the Dong'an province had died, while the others were all injured. Siyu and Houston displayed extraordinary strength. They were late gods, but the battle prowess they erupted with was no weaker than regular overgods. The 2 of them played an important role in stopping the formation of 10,000 people. Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu all wore armor and wielded saint artifacts. They unleashed their full strength without holding back at all. They all reverted to their original forms, the cries of dragons and phoenixes. They worked together with a huge crocodile. However, even with that being the case, the 3 of them were still heavily injured. They were covered in blood and terrifying wounds. Even though Siyu and Houston possessed great battle prowess, they struggled to remain unscathed on such a vast battlefield. They were also heavily injured. Suddenly, the power of everyone in the formation of the heavenly demon religion fused together and condensed into a huge, black spear. It shot towards Siyu with a terrifying presence. Originally, the attacks of the formation of 10,000 people from the heavenly demon religion were rather scattered. They would attack multiple targets in the surroundings at the same time. The people from the divine kingdom of Pingtian could fend them off with some difficulty if they worked together. But now, all the power in the formation had suddenly gathered together and attacked a single person. As a result, the attack was extremely terrifying. It had reached the peak of overgods. The black spear was powerful enough to kill overgods with ease. Even a prodigy like Luo Yunfei would need to avoid the attack. He would not dare to receive it head-on. "Be careful," Houston growled. The power of this attack was too terrifying. Sacred Feather, who was merely a heavenly god, was almost certain to die in front of this attack. Sacred Feather's expression became unprecedentedly solemn as he sensed a great danger. Moreover, his presence had been locked onto, so he could not dodge. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort rang out. The bloody Jianchen descended from the sky and blocked Siyu's path. He directly tossed out the startling rainbow sword in his hand. Swish! The startling rainbow sword shot out with destructive chaotic force as it was surrounded by a layer of laws of the sword. It collided heavily with the black spear condensed from the formation of 10,000 people. With a boom, the black spear that even Luo Yunfei and the others wanted to avoid was shattered by the startling rainbow sword. Jianchen waved his hand, and the startling rainbow sword returned to his hand as a streak of light. He wielded the sword as he radiated with terrifying battle intent. He directly charged towards the formation of 10,000 people. "I need to get through their formation, or the losses of the soldiers below will be unimaginable," Jianchen thought. The formation of 10,000 people was just too powerful. Even prodigies like Luo Yunfei needed to work together to get through it. However, all the overgods from the divine kingdom of Pingtian had taken part in the battle now. They engaged in an intense battle against the overgods of the heavenly demon religion. They were unable to free up enough people. Even if they did, they would be stopped by the overgods of the heavenly demon religion. Naturally, there were overgods from the heavenly demon religion who wanted to stop them when they saw an overgod attack the formation. However, when they saw Jianchen, they immediately shrunk back and did not dare to charge over. Even a few late overgods were unwilling to stop Jianchen. They could only watch as Jianchen attacked the formation. Xingluo stood at the back as he stared in Jianchen's direction through the endless crowd. His face was uneasy. I never thought I'd come across such a prodigy on the cloud plane. He actually possesses such great battle prowess after enduring a strike from the Divine King's talisman. Xingluo was secretly surprised. He was a supreme overgod who had made it onto the overgod's plaque. His name was clearly engraved there, but he discovered that there was still quite a difference between him and Jianchen. This Jianchen is still hiding some of his strength. You're nowhere near his opponent right now. Let's go. Our trial on the cloud plane ends here. Let's go to the other planes and have a look. The branches of our religion on the other planes are also involved in battles. It's said that a supreme overgod has appeared on the He plane as well. He's only ranked 5 places higher than you on the overgod's plaque. If you fight him, it'll be even more effective for your training. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black clothes silently appeared beside Xingluo. He seemed dignified, but he seemed extremely ordinary. He said to Xingluo emotionlessly, "Are you saying that Jianchen hasn't displayed his full strength yet?" Xingluo asked in surprise. The middle-aged man nodded. "I only sensed his strength when he resisted the Divine King's talisman earlier." "That's right. This Jianchen is extremely powerful. At the very least, he's invincible among overgods. If the Divine King doesn't appear, there's probably no one who can keep him at bay. The difference between the two of you is quite large." The middle-aged man paused there before continuing, "But don't underestimate yourself. Don't forget that you're the Grand Elder's disciple. With the Grand Elder's nurturing and the resources of the heavenly demon religion, your future is limitless. Moreover, the cultivation method you practice was personally passed down by the Great Elder. Once you reach the 9th layer, you'll be able to catch up to the current Jianchen." Xingluo stared at Jianchen when he heard that. Battle intent surged from his eyes and he said, "Jianchen, I'll remember you. I will fight you again in the future. Please listen to Xiaoyao's prestige. Once there are any updates in the future, Xiaoyao will inform you through prestige. Search. Xingxiao 110." It was not complicated. It was Xinqing Xiaoyao's pseudonym and a phone number. Alternatively, they could directly search for Xinqing Xiaoyao's pseudonym. Once prestige reached 20,000 people, a function would be activated. Many authors would use this function to send red packets to their readers in return for their support. Chapter 1929. Siyu, Houston, Ruijin, Honglian, Blackfish, and so on all stood behind Jianchen, as well as the gods from the powerful clans of the Dong'an province. Jianchen stood with his sword. He used his body, which was not particularly burly, to block everyone. No matter how ferocious the shockwaves were, they were unable to shake him at all. At that moment, he was extremely sturdy. His body was exceptionally sturdy. Even though he was bathed in blood, it could not hide the invincible and fearless domineering aura emanating from his body. He turned into a streak of light and directly blocked the formation of 10,000 people from the heavenly demon religion with a surging presence. Demonic aura immediately surged from the formation when they saw Jianchen charge over alone. The vital energies of the 10,000 soldiers of the heavenly demon religion fused together as they poured all their energy into the formation. Through the formation's amplification and conversion, they suddenly shot out as a thick, black pillar of light. Boom! Jianchen's startling rainbow collided loudly with the black pillar of light. The black pillar of light was dispersed by Jianchen's strike, forming a terrifying storm of energy that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Jianchen remained as steady as a mountain within the storm of energy. His presence increased once again with the strike. Right now, he really was like an injured beast. He was extraordinarily terrifying, becoming more and more valiant as he fought. In reality, the strength he displayed was constantly increasing as he unleashed it bit by bit. On the other side, the formation of 10,000 soldiers from the heavenly demon religion trembled violently. Not only was their advance halted, but the powerful shock waves of energy slammed into the formation with terrifying force as well, causing the 10,000 soldiers to stagger backwards. Jianchen moved through the air, going against the storm of energy. He directly stabbed out with his sword. Sword chi shot out like a streak of light, illuminating the sky. With resplendent light, he directly split the devastating storm of energy before stabbing into the formation without slowing down at all. The strike was extremely powerful, enough to cause the expressions of countless overgods to change. Vaguely, it seemed to surpass the threshold of overgod and reach an even higher level. Immediately, the formation that withstood Jianchen's strike began to shake violently. The formation that was controlled by the 10,000 people began to flicker. Among the people who formed the formation, more than half of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were severely injured. Jianchen had directly heavily injured several thousand people with that strike. He was so powerful that many of the overgods could not help but feel secretly shocked. How is the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan so terrifyingly powerful? He's completely surpassed Luo Yunfei. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan endured an attack from a divine king-level talisman earlier. Look at how he's covered in blood. He must be heavily injured, but why is he still so powerful? Is the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan an overgod or a divine king? At this moment, the overgods who fought in the sky began to pay attention to Jianchen, regardless of whether they were allies or foes. As for the overgods from the heavenly demon religion, they were secretly worried. Before the battle began, their commander had warned them to protect the formation. Once the overgods from the divine kingdom of Pingtian attacked the formation, they had to stop them. This was because once the formation was destroyed, the battle prowess of the army of the heavenly demon religion would plummet, resulting in a large number of casualties. However, when they saw how powerful Jianchen was, they all shivered in fear. None of them were bold enough to stop him. One or two prodigies like Luo Yunfei were basically sending themselves to their death. They were unable to mobilize any more people in a short period of time. Boom! With another great sound, Jianchen struck the formation with devastating might again. Immediately, the formation shook violently, and the 10,000 soldiers of the heavenly demon religion constantly vomited blood. Over half of them became haggard. Jianchen was just too powerful. The 10,000 soldiers were all deities at the very least. Moreover, a small portion of the formations formed by gods actually struggled to withstand Jianchen's attack. Oh no, the sixth group is in danger. Let's go reinforce them. Sensing the danger in this place, several large arrays of tens of thousands of people began to move closer. Demonic auras filled the sky as they charged over in an aggressive manner. Jianchen did not give them any time to catch their breaths, nor did he give them a chance to reinforce themselves. The startling rainbow sword shone brightly as it descended from the sky as a huge streak of light. He struck the formation 3 times consecutively. The 3 swords flowed smoothly and were almost perfectly linked together. The first strike had directly sunk the formation of 10,000 people into the ground. The formation trembled violently, faintly surpassing the limits of what it could withstand. The second strike directly caused the formation to show signs of shattering. Cracks appeared, and powerful strands of sword chi seeped in. They scattered like rain, directly killing over 1,000 people. With the third strike, the formation finally collapsed. It shattered loudly, and over half of the 10,000 godhood soldiers died to Jianchen's strike. Only 2,000 or 3,000 people survived, and all of them were heavily injured. None of them were unscathed. The overgods on both sides were stunned. Jianchen had destroyed a formation of 10,000 people in just a few strikes with lightning-like speed. He had even killed over half of the people in the formation. His shocking battle prowess had deeply shocked every single one of them. As soon as the formation collapsed, the formation scroll actually flew off by itself. Afterwards, it turned into a blur and shot off into the distance with unbelievable speed, vanishing in a single instant. This stunned Jianchen, who was about to collect the formation scroll. He stared in the direction it had vanished in and felt speechless. This had taken him by surprise. He had never thought that the formation scroll would actually flee by itself, and it would have done so quickly as well. This should be one of the protective measures of the heavenly demon religion formation scrolls, Jianchen thought. The light in his eyes flickered, and then he charged towards the second formation. Now, the three armies of the heavenly demon religion had all recognized Jianchen's power. They dared not face him alone. Immediately, the three formations worked together, surrounding Jianchen in a triangular formation. They used all the power of the formations to attack Jianchen alone. However, Jianchen's strength had reached an even higher level. Even if he did not erupt with his full strength, he was not someone the three formations could deal with. As a matter of fact, it was very difficult for them to even stall for a moment. After a few strikes, the second formation was destroyed by Jianchen with a boom. Several thousand deities died to Jianchen's sword, and the formation scroll also flew off by itself. However, this time Jianchen was prepared. As soon as the formation scroll fled, he formed a seal with his hand and used the linear lightning release, directly pursuing it as a bolt of lightning. The formation scroll was just too extraordinary. It could combine the power of deities and erupt with the might of peak over gods. It could both attack and defend. If he could obtain a formation scroll like that, it would be far too important to the Tianyuan family. It could be used as a clan treasure. Chapter 1930. Jianchen left the battlefield in pursuit of the formation scroll. However, Jianchen had already destroyed 2 of the 10,000-man formations of the heavenly demon religion. He had killed over 10,000 soldiers of the heavenly demon religion, greatly reducing the pressure on the divine kingdom of Pingtian's side. They could send even more gods to fend off the remaining formations. On a plain far away from the battlefield, Jianchen used the linear lightning release and turned into a bolt of lightning. He had already caught up to the formation scroll that was still fleeing. He directly grabbed it tightly. Clearly, the heavenly demon religion had set up something on the formation scroll. The moment Jianchen grabbed it, a great power immediately leaked out in an attempt to break free from Jianchen's grasp. At the same time, the formation scroll seemed to be guided by a mysterious power. Even though Jianchen grabbed it tightly, it did not slow down at all. It basically dragged Jianchen off into the distance. It moved extremely quickly, crossing thousands of kilometers in a single instant. In just a short amount of time, Jianchen had been dragged far away from the battlefield by the formation scroll. However, he still did not give up. He was determined to obtain the formation scroll. In his palm, a powerful chaotic force with a destructive aura emanated from it. It wrapped around Jianchen's hand and the formation scroll tightly. At the same time, the laws of the sword condensed from space, revolving around Jianchen. Jianchen used the power of the laws of the sword and chaotic force to suppress the formation scroll's power. Finally, the formation scroll's resistance became weaker and weaker. In the end, it fell silent, lying in Jianchen's hand as if it had lost all its power. However, Jianchen still did not dare to become careless. He had never seen a formation scroll that could run away on its own. Just in case, he did not remove the chaotic force and laws of the sword. However, at this moment, Jianchen's face changed slightly. He suddenly looked up at the sky. High up in the sky, several formation flags turned into beams of light and descended from the sky with lightning speed. They instantly formed a large formation around Jianchen, enveloping the surrounding area and trapping Jianchen. When the formation was activated, the scene before Jianchen's eyes suddenly changed. He appeared in a desert filled with yellow sand. The sky and earth formed a line, and he couldn't see the end of it. At the same time, an incomparably resplendent blade light suddenly appeared behind Jianchen. Terrifying power was compressed on the blade. With the power to cut through space, it mercilessly slashed towards Jianshan's head. Not only was this strike fast, accurate, and vicious, wanting to directly shatter Jianshan's soul, but the power it contained was as vast as the sea. It was extremely terrifying, causing space to distort. The blade light and the formation were activated at almost the same time. They wanted to kill Jianshan while he was unprepared. However, Jianshan was no longer the same as before. When he saw the formation flags descend from the sky, he had already become vigilant. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes as he became extremely stern. Without any hesitation, his chaotic Niden immediately spewed out a large amount of chaotic force, filling his entire body. He pushed the power of the chaotic body to its limits in a single moment. At the same time, chaotic force burned like flames on the startling rainbow sword in his hand. With the power of the laws of the sword, he slashed behind him without any hesitation. Jianshan understood just how powerful his ambusher was, so he used his full strength in this attack. He did not hold back at all. The strength of the 11th layer of the chaotic body was finally revealed at that moment. Boom! With a boom, the startling rainbow sword collided with the blade light behind him. It was like two comets had collided, creating an intense explosion. Terrifying ripples of energy caused the space in the formation to distort violently. Jianshan was blown away after the strike as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He had taken on the power of the Divine King's talisman without any preparation earlier, so he was already injured. Even though he had suppressed his injuries, he had not fully recovered. Now that he had clashed with such an expert, it obviously affected his injuries as well, making them even worse. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Jianshan drifted back several hundred meters like a leaf before hovering in the air. He was emotionless as he stared ahead coldly. There, a man holding a long saber quietly appeared. He wore a mask on his face. The mask pulsed strangely. Not only was it impenetrable to the senses of the soul, but it even concealed the presence of the person wearing it. And this person's strength was a bona fide divine king. The divine king was a supreme expert in a divine kingdom. Their status was extremely great, and they were revered by countless people. Even in those ancient empires, they were extremely powerful. The divine king was a figure who could do whatever he wanted. In the imperial family, he was a subject. In a peak sect like the Earth Spirit sect, he was an elder with great authority. You're not a part of the heavenly demon religion. Who are you? Jianshan hovered in the air as he spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. He silently circulated his chaotic force to heal as he glared at the person before him. This person did not practice the heavenly demon religion. Moreover, if the divine king of the heavenly demon religion wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to conceal his appearance. As a result, he was certain that the person before him was a divine king from his side. Judging from how he had even concealed his presence, he was clearly worried that the slightest hint of his presence would leak out and he would be recognized. The mysterious masked divine king stared at Jianshan in surprise. He said, "The old man has underestimated you. I never thought that you'd become so powerful. You've taken a strike from the old man head-on, yet you've only suffered some injuries. As for the old man's identity, you don't need to know. All you need to know is that the old man has come to kill you." The masked divine king no longer said anything else. With that, he appeared before Jianshan as if he had teleported. He swung his blade at Jianshan's head without any hesitation at all, with tremendous energy. He still wanted to kill Jianshan in a single strike. Jianshan bellowed out at the sky. His hair fluttered despite the lack of wind as a surging presence radiated from him. He used his full strength to receive the attack. The space had already been enveloped by the trapping formation, trapping the surroundings. It had become a tough prison, where it was impossible to escape. As a result, he could only fight with his full strength. Jianshan had already donned the god artifact. Facing the trap of a divine king, he had to use his full strength since he was already injured. He could not hold back at all. Daluo sword. Jianchen formed a seal and used the Daluo sword right from the start. Not only did the golden sword qi contain his comprehension of the laws of the sword, but it also possessed the power of the 11th layer of the chaotic body. In the end, the sword qi broke through the limits of Overgod in a single moment, reaching the level of the Divine King. The masked Divine King was shocked by Jianchen's shocking strike. He could clearly sense just how powerful the sword qi was, which made him sigh in amazement. Was this really the power of an overgod? Chapter 1931. With a great boom, Jianchen's Daluo sword qi was dispersed by the masked Divine King in a single strike. Violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc, causing the space there to tremble. The masked Divine King flickered with light. He used the power of laws to protect himself, easily enduring the ripples of energy. After the first strike, he immediately launched a second strike. He charged towards Jianchen with lightning-like speed as extremely terrifying energy condensed on his blade. He suddenly swung it down with the power of laws. Jianchen's eyes shone brightly. His gaze became extremely sharp, as if sword qi had shot out from his eyes. It was quite a startling sight. Chaotic force permeated his surroundings. Not only did he show no fear against the Divine King, but his battle intent surged instead. With a furious roar, he directly charged over with the startling rainbow sword, engaging in a great battle against the masked Divine King. It had to be mentioned that Jianchen was extremely powerful now that he had broken through to the 11th layer of the chaotic body. Even if he was not invincible among overgods, he was still able to take on the Divine King in an open battle despite being injured. The two of them fought extremely intensely. The ground collapsed and the sun and moon dimmed. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the formation, causing it to shake. The masked Divine King became more and more shocked as the battle went on. He found it more and more difficult to believe. Jianchen's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Not only was Jianchen able to fight against him for so long without losing the upper hand, but Jianchen even became fiercer as the battle went on. Jianchen's blood did not seem to be his either. He was clearly heavily injured, but he did not seem injured at all. His presence did not wither at all. The reason why Jianchen possesses such terrifying battle prowess is all because of his strange power. What is this power? It's so great. It's clearly not at the Divine King's level, yet it can barely match up to the Divine King. Just what kind of heaven-defying cultivation method can produce such great power? The masked Divine King thought rapidly. At that moment, he became very curious about Jianchen's cultivation method. I can't drag this out any longer. I need to end this as soon as possible, just in case something else happens. The masked Divine King began to panic slightly when he failed to defeat Jianchen after so long. He immediately made up his mind and used a battle skill. All of a sudden, the might of heaven and earth descended. The masked God King raised the long saber in his hand above his head. An endless amount of energy gathered rapidly. Under the horrifying might that permeated the air, the entire space turned sticky. In a short instant, the masked Divine King finished charging up his battle skill. The sword in his hand was filled with extremely terrifying power. It was accompanied by the might of the world as it slashed towards Jianchen. When the blade was unleashed, the world lost its color. The sun, moon, and stars all dimmed. The terrifying power condensed on the blade turned into a torrent, rushing towards Jianchen with devastating power. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. Wherever the blade passed, space would distort and origin force would disperse. It was as if space itself was about to be torn apart. A bottomless chasm even appeared in the ground. Jianchen's face became extremely solemn. This was a battle skill used by a divine king. It was so powerful that even he felt a great sense of danger. Tai sword technique. Jianchen formed a sword technique with his hand. His body and sword fused as one. Sword chi gathered around him. He used his body as a sword, turning into a huge and resplendent sword chi that shot out. At the same time, a strand of sword chi that was only the size of a finger suddenly appeared above his head. As soon as the sword chi appeared, it radiated with earth-shaking sword chi. It was extremely terrifying. However, the masked Divine King's battle skill was accompanied by the might of the world, so the sword chi was not particularly eye-catching. Boom! The battle skill used by the Divine King was just too powerful. As soon as the two of them clashed, Jianchen was blown away while vomiting blood. A white mark appeared on the chest of the armor he wore. Even though the armor did not possess the might of a god artifact, it was still tough. As a result, the battle skill used by the Divine King was unable to damage the armor at all. However, all the power from the attack had passed through the armor and onto Jianchen. Just the powerful backlash alone made Jianchen's wounds even worse. However, in the moment they clashed, the small sword chi condensed above Jianchen's head turned into a streak of white light. It passed through the devastating storm of energy even faster than lightning and shot towards the masked Divine King's forehead. The sword chi moved just too quickly. It used the might of the world and the devastating storm of energy as a disguise, so the masked Divine King failed to notice it immediately. By the time he noticed it, it was already too late. Spurt! The finger-sized sword chi directly pierced the masked Divine King's forehead, leaving behind a bloody hole. Arg! The masked Divine King shrieked out in pain. The Divine King's presence that had condensed around him rapidly dispersed at that moment. Even the blade in his hand fell to the ground. He clutched his head with both hands as he shrieked out in extreme pain. His face had become extremely pale. As for the mask on his face, it shattered with a bang. An old face hidden under the mask was revealed. It was an old man. His face was covered in wrinkles, but his facial muscles were all twisted right now. Intense pain radiated from his soul. His entire body trembled violently. I never thought that his soul would still be intact after taking on a strand of profound sword chi. The Divine King really is powerful. In the distance, Jianchen climbed to his feet with a pale face. He silently circulated his chaotic force to heal as he slowly made his way towards the Divine King. Blood constantly dripped from his body. As he advanced, he left behind a bloody path. Very soon, Jianchen arrived before the howling Divine King. However, when he saw the Divine King's face clearly, he became stunned before becoming extremely cold. He originally thought that it was extremely likely that the Divine King who had launched a sneak attack on him was one of the 3 elders of the Earth Spirit sect. After all, he had already fallen out with the Earth Spirit sect after the woman had used a Divine King-level talisman to launch a sneak attack on him. As a result, it made sense for the 3 elders of the Earth Spirit sect to try and kill him. However, he had never thought that the Divine King who had trapped him in a trapping formation before trying to kill him would actually be this person. Taoist sect of calm clouds, I, Jianchen, have no grievances with you. May I ask why you want to kill me? Jianchen stared at the old man coldly as he spoke with an extremely cold voice. The old man was one of the elders of the Taoist sect of calm clouds. Jianchen had many guesses about the Divine King who had launched a sneak attack on him. He had also considered the possibility that it was not a member of the Earth Spirit sect but some other organization. However, he had never thought that it would actually be an elder of the Taoist sect of calm clouds. Earlier, in the main hall of the fortress, the Taoist sect of calm clouds was the only organization that had shown any friendliness towards him. They had even stood by his side to suppress the elders of the Earth Spirit sect. Chapter 1932. Tell me, I have no enmity with your Taoist sect of calm clouds, so why do you want to kill me? Moreover, you've even laid down a God King level trapping formation to cut off any possibility of me escaping. You're clearly trying to kill me. You're clearly trying to set me up, Jianshan said with a heavy voice. His voice was extremely cold. Monstrous killing intent and fury brewed in his heart. The person who wanted to kill him was not the divine king of the Earth Spirit sect, nor was it the divine king of the other peak organizations. Instead, it was the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds that had been the closest and friendliest to him. This had completely exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds had already suppressed the heart-wrenching pain from his soul. After learning that Jianshan had already discovered his identity, his face immediately became extremely ugly. It was accompanied by heavy disbelief. He had never thought that not only would he fail to kill Jianshan with his strength when he tried to kill him, he would end up heavily injured and exposed instead. After all, he was not one of those people who had just reached the Divine King level. Instead, he had been stuck at the early Divine King level for over 100,000 years. He had already reached the peak of the early Divine King level and was about to reach the mid-Divine King level. Jianshan, since you already know the old man's identity, there's no need to say anything more. Let's fight. If you want to leave here alive today, the only way is to kill the old man. The Divine King of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds said coldly. He took out a pill from his space ring and swallowed it as quickly as he could before continuing to attack Jianshan with his blade. My identity has already been exposed. I have to kill Jianshan today no matter what. The elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds was already determined to kill Jianshan when he attacked. If his identity had not been exposed, he could have chosen to flee. However, since Jianshan knew his identity now, he could not flee no matter what, or there would be endless problems in the future. However, he did not have a strong physique like Jianshan. With his primordial spirit injured, his battle prowess was directly affected. He was no longer at his peak. Jianshan channeled his primal chaos force and protected his body with a sword light. The startling rainbow sword light sword, turning into a waterfall as it fought against the elder of the Calm Cloud Great Sect. Compared to the injured elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, Jianshan's battle prowess did not weaken at all. Even though he was heavily injured and covered in blood, he could unleash his full strength with the support of the powerful chaotic body. Jianshan blocked the attacks of the elders of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds as he quickly consumed a soul recovery pill to replenish the strand of profound sword chi. Although he could use 2 strands of profound sword chi at once, he would use up all the power of his primordial spirit. At that time, his battle prowess would be reduced to its weakest state. If he could not kill a divine king, he would definitely be the one to die. As a result, Jianshan only dared to use a single strand of profound sword chi. He needed to recover 80% of the power of his primordial spirit before he could use the second strand. You want to kill me because you want to obtain my cultivation method, right? Jianshan yelled at the elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. Their battle was extremely intense. The shock waves of energy in the sky surged like huge waves. They were extremely violent. The two of them were injured to varying degrees. Jianshan had been struck by the elder's blade several times, causing him to vomit blood. His organs had all been shattered. The elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds was quite injured as well. His body was covered in vicious slashes, and a sword had even pierced through his chest. The blood of the Divine King filled the sky. Every single droplet of blood pulsed with powerful energy. However, as the battle continued, the elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds' wounds rapidly worsened, causing his battle prowess to become weaker and weaker. The piercing pain from his primordial spirit affected him greatly as well. If it were not for the fact that he was a divine king with an extremely powerful primordial spirit, just the strand of profound sword chi probably would have killed him. Suddenly, the elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds bellowed out furiously. An invisible flame burned on his body, causing his presence to rapidly skyrocket. He chose to burn his vital energies in exchange for great power. At the same time, he used his battle skill again. The blade in his hand turned into a blur as it ripped through space, swinging towards Jianchen with the might of the world. At the same time, he said coldly, "We're only killing you to shift the blame to the Earth Spirit sect. Once you die, no one will think that it was our Taoist sect of calm clouds. They'll only think of the Earth Spirit sect. However, don't worry, Jianchen. Although you're going to die to old man's hands today, our Taoist sect of calm clouds will ally with the divine kingdom of Pingtian and suppress the Earth Spirit sect together. You can say that we've avenged you. So that's how it is. However, I won't let your Taoist sect of calm clouds succeed. I will deal with my grievances with the Earth Spirit sect myself. There's no need for your Taoist sect of calm clouds to interfere," Jianchen said coldly. Thanks to the large number of soul recovery pills, his primordial spirit had been completely replenished from using the profound sword qi earlier. Seeing the elder's blade approach him with the might of his battle skill, Jianchen suddenly put away his god artifact armor and used his body to endure the powerful attack. At the same time, he pushed the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit. Spurt! Blood splattered as the blade penetrated Jianchen's body with terrifying force. The terrifying energy almost ripped Jianchen in half, causing Jianchen to constantly vomit blood. His face became extremely pale at that moment. At the same time, a great power that belonged to the Divine King rapidly spread through his body. It headed towards his soul in an attempt to shatter it. Jianchen coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, but he sneered very soon. With a thought, surging sword intent suddenly appeared. A finger-sized strand of profound sword qi appeared above his head once again. However, it was not just one strand this time but two. The elder's soul had already been injured. Coupled with the fact that he was burning his vital energies, his soul had become even weaker. Jianchen refused to believe that he still had the power to block the two strands of profound sword qi. Jianchen was not confident that a single strand of profound sword qi could kill a divine king, but now that he had sent out two strands of profound sword qi, Jianchen was completely confident that he could kill the divine king before him. The expression of the elder from the Taoist sect of calm clouds changed drastically when he saw the profound sword qi above Jianchen's head and sensed its might. However, before he could react, the two strands of profound sword qi shot out at the same time, entering the elder's forehead. The elder's body immediately shook violently. His weakened soul directly shattered under the attack of the two strands of profound sword qi, dispersing into the surroundings. His soul had been wiped out. A divine king of a generation had fallen here just like that. He had been slain by an over-god. At the same time, the power of Jianchen's soul was completely depleted. He only felt dizzy and drowsy. He watched as the world spun around him. In the end, he laid on the ground powerlessly as he gasped for breath. The power that belonged to a divine king continued to wreak havoc within his body, surging towards Jianchen's soul. Jianchen laid on the ground powerlessly with his eyes closed. He used the last of his will to control the chaotic force to fend off the power and destroy it as quickly as he could. Boom! At this moment, a great rumble rang out. The trapping formation cast down by the elder collapsed loudly. Outside the formation, a woman in a green dress was slowly walking towards them. The woman was not old. She only seemed to be in her 20s. She possessed an alluring appearance, and every word and smile of hers possessed a fatal charm. In particular, her eyes seemed to constantly change. At times, they would be as gentle as water and extremely enchanting. They seemed to be able to melt the hearts of all men. At other times, they would be abnormally cold, like an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. They were filled with heavy killing intent, making it impossible for people to look at them directly. Chapter 1933. The beautiful young woman in a green dress was the commander of the 7th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Yashi Lian. She was the woman who the Divine King had told him was a nine-tailed fox. Jianchen's mind blanked out temporarily when he recognized Yashi Lian. He sighed gently and closed his eyes slowly. His heart had completely sunk. He had just killed a divine king from the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds who wanted to kill him and escaped danger. However, he had never thought that before he could catch his breath, he would come across someone even more terrifying. Jianshan would still be able to put up a fight against an early divine king, but Jianshan had no chance of victory at all against the commander of the 7th Army, Yaxi Lian. As a matter of fact, he did not even have the ability to flee from Yaxi Lian. Not only was Yaxi Lian a late divine king, but every commander of the heavenly demon religion had emerged from the divine king of the Hall of Protectors. They had defeated all the divine king experts in the Hall of Protectors to obtain their position. Yaxi Lian was able to become the commander of the 7th Army, which naturally demonstrated her strength. Even among late divine king experts, she was extremely powerful. Let alone Jianshan in his current state, even if he was in peak condition, he would not be able to fend off an expert like that. Yaxi Lian made her way to Jianshan's side at a steady pace. She studied Jianshan carefully with her enchanting eyes, and a faint smile gradually appeared on her enchanting face. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming. It was so charming that it seemed to have become the most beautiful painting in the world. Unknowingly, it also carried a fatal temptation to men. "Little brother, you must be Jianshan, the person who's rumored to possess the Overgod's plaque." Yaxi Lian crouched down beside Jianshan and spoke gently. Her voice seemed to contain a boundless demonic aura. She clearly did not say anything flirtatious, but these seemingly ordinary words were able to evoke the desire that a man should have. I never thought you could even kill a divine king. Little brother, you sure have hidden yourself well. TSK, you managed to kill a divine king in an open battle as an overgod, especially one who was only a step away from becoming a mid-divine king. If this news makes it out, it'll shake up the entire saints' world, Yaxi Lian continued. She giggled and radiated with charm. When her voice rang out in Jianshan's head, Jianshan, who had basically depleted the power of his soul, almost lost himself. He was enchanted by the charm in Yaxi Lian's voice. Jianshan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain made him sober up slightly. He suddenly snapped open his eyes and stared at Yaxi Lian. A sharp and cold light flashed through his eyes, and he said, "I never thought that you, the commander of the 7th Army, would appear right after I killed the elder of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. Yaxi Lian, you must have specially come for me. I never thought that a mere overgod like me would actually attract the attention of the commander of the 7th Army." Yaxi Lian laughed. With her innate charm, her smile seemed to be the most beautiful thing in the world. Jianshan immediately closed his eyes, no longer looking at Yaxi Lian's face. Although her smile was beautiful, it was lethal. "Little brother, you've underestimated you far too much. I'm not the only one who's paying attention to you. The other two commanders, Yan Wuming and Luo Duo, are also paying attention to you. However, I am different from them. Those two men want to kill you as soon as possible. As for me..." Yaxi Lian paused when she spoke to this point. A demonic red light suddenly flashed in her enchanting eyes. The corners of her mouth revealed an enchanting smile. "I, your elder sister, have naturally come to save you." "Save me?" Jianshan opened his eyes. He stared at Yaxi Lian emotionlessly and sneered. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I knew that you wouldn't believe me, so I'll show you that I'm not lying to you. I'll take you away right now," Yaxi Lian giggled. With a wave of her hand, a powerful force immediately enveloped Jianshan. She took Jianshan away in a single instance. However, she did not take him in the direction of the divine kingdom of Pingtian, nor did she take him to the headquarters of the heavenly demon religion. Jianshan was unable to move at all under the powerful force of the late divine king. Even his cultivation had been sealed up by Yaxi Lian. He had lost the ability to use his profound sword qi due to the depleted power of his soul. Right now, He was basically powerless before Yaxi Lian. He was at her mercy. Jianchen did not despair. He obviously could not use the few soul recovery pills he had on him, so he just closed his eyes and did his best to recover the power of his soul. Naturally, he did not believe Yaxi Lian. She definitely had other plans for her actions. He could still sense the ripples of energy from the battle between the Divine Kings in outer space. However, many people from the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian were busy with their own affairs at a time like this. They fought with their full strength, so they did not dare to become distracted. Naturally, it was impossible for them to spare any energy to observe the situation below. Even if someone learnt that he had been taken away by Yaxi Lian, no one would come and save him. This was because none of the over 20 Divine Kings from the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian were Yaxi Lian's opponent in individual battles, even if there were late Divine Kings among them. As a result, Jianchen was unable to receive any assistance from the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian right now. At this moment, Jianchen's face suddenly became even paler. He almost fainted. The power of his soul that he had just managed to recover after so much difficulty had suddenly vanished. There was basically nothing left. His powerful willpower prevented him from fainting. However, compared to how nervous he was when he first saw Yaxi Lian, he was much more relieved now. Yaxi Lian moved extremely quickly. A while later, she had already flown who knew how many kilometers. In the end, she took Jianchen to a gloomy cave and gently placed Jianchen on the cold, damp ground. "Little brother, look. Didn't I save you? Don't worry, the place I chose is extremely well hidden. No one can find us. There's only the two of us here." Yaxi Lian gently stretched her body in the cave. She radiated with endless charm as she stared at Jianchen flirtatiously. She seemed to want to steal Jianchen's soul away. Afterwards, Yaxi Lian laid down on Jianchen gently. Basically half of her body was on top of Jianchen. She smiled faintly as she pressed her beautiful face to Jianchen's. Their faces were only a finger's width apart, so they were basically pressed together. At such a close distance, Jianchen could even sense Yaxi Lian's faint breathing, let alone smell her fragrance. Hot air would spurt out from the tip of his nose with every breath, brushing against her face. "Yaxi Lian, you're already a late Divine King, while I'm only an overgod. Even if you want to suck away the essence of others, you should find experts at the same level as you. Why do you need me? I probably won't be of any help to you with my current cultivation, right?" Jianchen said calmly. He had already guessed Yaxi Lian's intentions, so he was not surprised. Yaxi Lian slowly slid her finger across Jianchen's face before moving to Jianchen's chest. She drew circles on his bloodied chest and smiled. "Little brother really is smart. You actually know what I want to do. But you can't blame me. You need to understand that although I've saved you, I haven't saved you for nothing. I need you to pay me back. Little brother, your power just happens to be very strange and very powerful. Although I've never seen it before, my instincts tell me that it will be of great help to me." Chapter 1934. Jianchen sneered and mocked. "You keep saying that you're going to save me, but in the end you're still going to kill me. Is this what the commander of the 7th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion does?" Yaxi Lian giggled. She leaned on Jianchen and gently twisted her body. She stroked her hair coquettishly, giving off endless charm. Lustful light flickered in her eyes as she slowly slid her slender hands across Jianchen's face. She said coquettishly, "Little brother, don't talk about me like that. I said I was going to save you, so I really did. Why would I kill you? After all, you've brought me so many benefits, so I obviously won't mistreat you. I'm just absorbing your energy and losing a little of my vitality. Moreover, I'll definitely treat you differently from other people. Do you know how I've absorbed the essence of other men in the past?" Before Jianchen could reply, Yaxi Lian stared into Jianchen's eyes and continued, "In the past, when I absorbed the essence of other men, I would press my hand against their heads. However, all of them ended up dead without exception. But for you, Big Sister will use gentle methods. I guarantee that when Big Sister absorbs your essence, not only will there not be the slightest bit of pain, it will instead bring you a kind of supreme happiness, allowing you to experience the true joy of being a man. Yaxi Lian's voice was extremely seductive, as if it was filled with endless charm. Every single action and word of hers could incite the flames of desire in any man. Jian Chun found it rather difficult to resist Yaxi Lian's charm now that his soul was depleted. In particular, Yaxi Lian's words seemed to drill into his head like a demon's voice, constantly reverberating through his head. It battered against his last shred of sanity, as if it wanted to obliterate his consciousness. His blood flowed faster than it had ever been in his body. It was like a flame that he had buried deep within him was burning brighter and brighter. Little brother, you're the first man I've ever treated like this. Don't you think I'm treating you well? However, you don't have to worry too much. I can tell that your body is extremely powerful, and your recovery is something I've never seen before. As a result, you won't die after I absorb your essence. If I'm satisfied with your performance, I can even make an exception and take you under my wing as the only person who can serve me. Yaxi Lian giggled as her eyes shone as she looked at Jianchen. Jianchen's recovery was extremely powerful. To her, he was a supreme-grade cauldron that could allow her cultivation to increase rapidly. Yaxi Lian, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Since you can tell that my energy is extremely powerful, you obviously understand that it's not something a regular body can endure. Do you believe that if you try to absorb my energy, you won't benefit at all? Instead, you'll suffer great harm. In the end, you'll go for wool and come home shorn, Jianchen said. At the same time, he secretly panicked. When Yaxi Lian had taken him with her earlier, he had used the last bit of his soul to reach into his space ring and shatter the jade talisman that Fairy Haoyue had left for him. This was Jianchen's only hope, his only chance at survival. Now, Yaxi Lian was about to do something to him, but Fairy Haoyue still had not arrived. Jianchen struggled to remain calm, so all he could do was try his best to stall for time. There were a total of 5 regions on the boundless cloud plain. They were the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions, as well as the central region. Every region was extremely large and boundless. The Xiandao dynasty was one of the few ancient empires in the northern region. It occupied a place rich with resources, and its territory was extremely vast. Even among the few ancient empires in the southern region, the Xiandao dynasty's strength was enough to rank within the top 3. At this moment, the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty was holding a competition that only happened once every 10,000 years. Participants from various places in the Xiandao dynasty had gathered there, causing the imperial capital to be abnormally busy right now. The competition grounds in the center of the imperial capital were packed with people. Godhood experts fought intensely in several dozen huge arenas that were enveloped by barriers. And in the air above these martial arenas, there was a piece of land that was over 10 miles in radius. On this land, there were all sorts of exotic flowers and grasses, each one of which was priceless and extremely rare. They emitted an intoxicating fragrance, and it looked like a floating garden. A middle-aged man stood in the garden. He wore a dragon robe and had a dignified bearing. His eyes shone brightly, and he gave off the aura of the divine king. This person was the Holy Emperor of the Xiandao dynasty. Beside the Holy Emperor were 2 beautiful women with extraordinary temperaments. They did not seem very old, only in their 20s. The 2 women sat there casually, eating precious holy fruits and chatting as they watched the competition below. They completely ignored the Holy Emperor of the Xiandao dynasty. However, the Holy Emperor of the Xiandao dynasty was not sitting down. Instead, he stood beside the 2 women quietly. He was respectful, and he did not dare to say anything. "Sister Haoyue, What do you think about the performance of the younger generation of our Xiandao dynasty? One of the women took a bite of a fruit gently and giggled at the woman before her. Fairy Haoyue glanced around casually and said, "Not bad. There are a few talented people who have a chance of reaching the same level as the Divine King." Fairy Haoyue paused when she reached there. She looked at a young man in the sea of people below and said, "But Sister Tian Shuang, the disciple you've accepted is extremely impressive. He's basically unmatched among overgods. He probably already possesses the strength to make it onto the overgod's plaque." The woman referred to as Tian Shuang smiled. "Of course. Sister Haoyue, why don't you take a look at whose disciple he is? I've accepted a few disciples over the years, but they're all useless. Only this disciple called Man Yi can satisfy me slightly." At this moment, Tian Shuang said to Xiandao Shenhuang, "Go call Man Yi over." "Yes, ancestor," the emperor replied politely and immediately passed down the order. Very soon, a burly young man flew into the floating garden. He bowed towards Tian Shuang and Haoyue politely and said, "Greetings, masters. Greetings, seniors." His face was filled with respect from the bottom of his heart. "Man Yi, go to the central region and make it onto the overgod's plaque once the competition ends. Remember, I want your name to appear on it," Tian Shuang said to Man Yi indifferently. Tian Shuang said to Man Yi emotionlessly. Her tone was unquestionable, like she was a supreme ruler. She did not show any of the gentleness and friendliness she showed to Fairy Haoyue. "Yes, master," Man Yi said politely. However, after a moment of hesitation, he said again, "Master, I have a presumptuous request. I heard that a person with the battle prowess to make it onto the overgod's plaque has appeared in a small divine kingdom in the southern region. His name is Jianchen, and it's rumored that he's extremely powerful. As a result, I want to go to the southern region and fight Jianchen before I go to the central region. I don't believe that such a person can appear in a backwater divine kingdom. I want to go and see him." Man Yi was very reluctant to accept Jianchen as soon as he mentioned him. He had not even made it onto the overgod's plaque, yet his name had already spread to the northern region. He, Man Yi, was also known for possessing the battle prowess of an overgod, but he was only slightly famous in the southern region. "Oh, is there such a thing?" Tian Shuang was startled. She immediately agreed and said, aloud. Fairy Haoyue raised an eyebrow. Without even glancing at Man Yi, she said indifferently, "There's no need for you to go to the southern region. You're not on the same level as Jianchen." Tian Shuang cried out in surprise when she heard that. She stared at Fairy Haoyue in surprise and asked curiously, "Sister Haoyue, have you seen this person called Jianchen before? And when you say they're not on the same level, do you mean my disciple Man Yi is on a higher level, or do you mean this person called Jianchen is on a higher level?" Just when Fairy Haoyue wanted to say something, her face suddenly changed. She said, "Oh no, the jade talisman I gave him has shattered. It's too far away from the southern region. I can't get there in a short amount of time. Sister Tian Shuang, please lend me your disc of heavenly ways." Chapter 1935. The woman known as Tian Shuang could not help but feel curious when she saw Fairy Haoyue's sudden change. She asked in confusion, "Sister Haoyue, what's happened for you to be in such a hurry? I've never seen such an expression appear on Big Sister Haoyue's face before." As she said that, Tian Shuang stood up as well. She gently extended a finger towards the depths of the imperial palace. With that, a streak of light immediately shot out from the forbidden grounds of the imperial palace. It moved extremely quickly, arriving before Tian Shuang with a flash. It was a white jade disc that was only a foot long. It flickered with complicated and profound inscriptions. It possessed the might of the world, as well as the power of laws. The disc of heavenly ways was a god artifact. In the saint's world, where even many infinite primes used supreme quality saint artifacts, the value of a god artifact was evident. Even though the Disk of Heavenly Ways was only a supportive god artifact, its value was still extremely shocking. As a matter of fact, the effects of the Disk of Heavenly Ways would far surpass offensive and defensive god artifacts at certain times. This was because the greatest use of the Disk of Heavenly Ways was its ability to teleport. It could teleport people to an extremely large area. As long as one possessed the Disk of Heavenly Ways, they could go wherever they wanted. Not only could they go to any location on a plane, but they could even teleport across planes. It was just that each teleportation across continents required a large amount of energy, and this consumption was something that even a godly king could not bear. Sister Haoyue, here's a three-colored divine crystal. Tian Shuang passed the Disk of Heavenly Ways to Fairy Haoyue. At the same time, she passed over a three-colored divine crystal that was only the size of a pinky finger. Fairy Haoyue accepted the Disk of Heavenly Ways and directly embedded the three-colored divine crystal in the center. Immediately, a huge, illusionary map appeared from the disk. This illusory map actually included the 5 regions of the Cloud region. Through this illusory map, one could clearly see that the 5 regions were separated by a vast ocean. As a teleportation power spread out, Fairy Haoyue's body disappeared from the space garden. She had used the sky disk to leave the north. The battle between the divine kingdom of Pingtian and the heavenly demon religion continued in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. Jianchen lay on the cold, damp ground powerlessly in a hidden cave far away from the battlefield. He felt extremely dizzy from the depletion of the power of his soul. He almost fainted several times. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Yashi Lian, your body is too weak. You don't have what it takes to endure this power, Jianchen said through gritted teeth. He did his best to stall for time. Yashi Lian smiled charmingly. She stared at Jianchen flirtatiously. Little brother, you don't need to worry about me. As a 9-tailed heavenly fox, I obviously have ways to deal with this problem. May I ask if you've heard of balancing yin and yang? But it's fine if you haven't heard of it. Very soon, I'll let you experience the joy of yin-yang harmony. I can guarantee you that you'll fall deeply in love with it. Yashi Lian laid on Jianchen gently as she slowly wiped away Jianchen's blood with a handkerchief. When her slender fingers came in contact with Jianchen's skin, it made Jianchen feel like he had been electrocuted. It was clearly a very normal skin contact, but when it came from Yashi Lian, it was unbelievable. My cultivation method is extraordinary. Even yin and yang harmonization is useless. Can your harmonization of yin and yang harmonize all the energy in the world? Jianchen continued to stall for time. How will I know if it works if I don't try? If it really doesn't work, I'll just give up. Yashi Lian blinked mischievously. Every word and action of hers was fatal to men. Even the most strong-willed people struggled to resist. She said coquettishly, "Little brother, you're trying to find a way to reject me. Am I not beautiful?" Yashi Lian gently twisted her body on Jianchen's body. Her clothes slowly slid off, revealing her snow-white skin. Jianchen bit down on the tip of his tongue. His tongue had already been bitten open. Under Yashi Lian's seduction and teasing, he was like a lone boat in a stormy sea. He was about to sink. Very soon, Yashi Lian was completely naked. Her devilish figure was completely exposed. She stood up and coquettishly asked, "Little brother, am I beautiful?" Jianchen sighed. There was no point in stalling now. He knew that Yashi Lian was about to do something to him. Just as Jianchen sank into despair, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He stared behind Yashi Lian without blinking. Unknowingly, a peerless beauty wearing a long white dress had silently appeared there. The woman stood there quietly with a faint smile on her face. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and supported her chin with one hand. She stared at the incomparably alluring scene in front of her with great interest. The woman's existence was like air. Even when she stood so close to Yashi Lian, Yashi Lian failed to sense her at all. The moment Jianchen saw the woman, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He said weakly, "Since you've come, why haven't you done anything yet? Why are you still in the mood to watch?" With that, Jianchen seemed to have lost all his strength. His head tilted to the side, and he fainted. "What? Who's come?" Yashi Lian, who was about to harvest the energy, could not help but become stunned when she heard Jianchen's words. She subconsciously looked behind her. Yashi Lian's face immediately paled in fright. She was shocked. Who are you?" Yashi Lian cried out. She had actually failed to discover a woman standing behind her at all. Fairy Haoyue smiled faintly and shook her head in great pity. She said, "What a pity! What a pity! I was so close to a spectacular show." However, Jianchen actually managed to last until now against such a beauty. "I'm beginning to doubt whether he's a normal man or not." Yashi Lian became extremely stern. She immediately condensed a set of clothes made of energy to hide her body. She wanted to flee immediately. She was not stupid. There was definitely no one at the Divine King's level of cultivation who could appear behind her silently. Only primordial realm experts could do that. As soon as she thought about how the woman before her was a primordial realm expert, Yashi Lian was shocked. She had never thought that there would be such an expert behind Jianchen. "You little wench, don't you like showing off your body very much? Since you like showing off your body so much, I'll let you do it to your heart's content," Fairy Haoyue teased. However, her smile was rather cold. She extended a finger and sent a strand of the power of laws into Yashi Lian's body. It sealed up all of Yashi Lian's cultivation, causing the clothes condensed from energy to disperse on the spot. Afterwards, a streak of moonlight expanded from Fairy Haoyue, forming a domain that trapped Yashi Lian, immobilizing her. Afterwards, she vanished into the disk of heavenly ways with Jianchen and Yashi Lian. From the beginning to the end, Yashi Lian was unable to put up any resistance at all. She was captured easily. Before Fairy Haoyue, she did not even have the ability to flee. The battles on the several dozen platforms below continued to be intense in the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty in the northern region. There were countless spectators. At this moment, the space above the platforms suddenly twisted, and the white-clothed Fairy Haoyue appeared out of nowhere. The commander of the 7th Army, Yashi Lian, and the unconscious Jianchen also appeared with her. However, Jianchen was enveloped by gentle moonlight. The moonlight completely obscured his body, so no one could see him at all. As for Yashi Lian, she had been trapped by Fairy Haoyue. Not only was she immobilized, but her cultivation had been sealed as well. She was exposed before everyone. Their appearance naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the imperial capital. When everyone raised their heads and saw what was happening in the sky, all of their gazes gathered on Yashi Lian. Many of them burned with desire. However, Fairy Haoyue, a primordial realm expert, did not receive any attention at all, which was extremely rare. Yashi Lian, who had been trapped by Fairy Haoyue, felt both humiliated and furious. She could clearly feel countless burning gazes sweeping over her body in an unbridled manner. This caused her devastatingly beautiful face, which was as beautiful as a demon, to be filled with gloominess at this moment. After all, displaying one's body before a single person was completely different from displaying it before a large group of people. Yet now, she was completely naked. She was being stared at and admired by several million people below. In particular, these people were as weak as ants in her eyes. Even many of the arenas that were in progress were affected. Some of the contestants who were in the midst of fierce battles stopped one after another and looked up at the sky. Their expressions fell into a daze. "Sister Haoyue, what are you doing?" Tian Shuang stood up from her seat in the hanging garden as she stared at Fairy Haoyue blankly. She discovered that her sister had actually become so strange that she did not recognize her. She had actually done something so strange. Was this really the cold and proud Sister Haoyue from before? Chapter 1936. Little whore? Sister Haoyue, you. Tian Shuang was speechless when she heard Fairy Haoyue's words. She stared at Fairy Haoyue in a rather stunned manner. Her gaze was filled with surprise and disbelief, as if she had discovered a whole new world. Even if she was a little whore who liked to show off her body before men, what did that have to do with her? There were countless people like that in the saint's world. Moreover, he was just a measly divine king. With Haoyue's identity and status, when did she become interested in competing with a measly divine king? At this moment, Tian Shuang discovered that she was unable to understand her sister Haoyue's thoughts. Sister Tian Shuang, I'll lend you a 9 refined life-giving pill, Fairy Haoyue said to Tian Shuang. Tian Shuang immediately became surprised when she heard that. She stared at Jianchen, who hovered behind Fairy Haoyue and was enveloped by gentle moonlight. She said, Sister Haoyue, the 9 refined life-giving pill is a god-tier pill. Don't tell me you want to use a god-tier pill to heal this person? That's just a little too wasteful. With Tian Shuang's level of cultivation, she could clearly see Jianchen, who was enveloped by moonlight. Sister Haoyue, who is this person? Is he your disciple? You're actually so nice to him, going as far as to use a god-tier pill to heal his wounds, Tian Shuang asked curiously. With a flip of her hand, a jade bottle appeared in her hand. She tossed it to Fairy Haoyue with some reluctance. Sister Haoyue here. This is a 9 refined life-giving pill. Even I don't have a lot of pills like this on me. Don't worry, Sister Tian Shuang. I'll lend you a grade 1 god-tier pill today, and I'll definitely return you an even better one in the future. Fairy Haoyue smiled gently. She removed a round pill from the jade bottle with great familiarity and fed it to Jianchen. Please don't say that, sister. That'll make me seem stingy. I just feel like it's just too wasteful for you to use such a precious pill on an overgod. Supreme grade god-tier pills are enough for wounds like his, said Tian Shuang. Jianchen's wounds immediately healed at an unbelievable rate after ingesting the 9 refined life-giving pill. It was so fast that it had even surpassed the regeneration of his chaotic body. Even though the 9 refined life-giving pill was only a grade 1 god-tier pill, it was extremely easy for it to heal Jianchen's wounds. In just a few seconds, Jianchen had made a full recovery. Even the power of his soul had recovered slightly. Jianchen opened his eyes. Through the gentle moonlight, he saw Fairy Haoyue beside him with a single glance. Just when he wanted to say something, Fairy Haoyue waved her hand and said, It's best if you tidy yourself up first. Immediately, Jianchen was enveloped by the gentle moonlight as he shot off. He flew into the imperial palace of the Xiandao dynasty without putting up any resistance at all. The divine king of the Xiandao dynasty and Tian Shuang's disciple, Man Yi, stood there quietly as they watched this happen. They became curious about Jianchen's identity. He was actually able to get Senior Haoyue to use a precious pill to heal him. Sister Haoyue, what do you plan on doing with this person? You can't just let her be like this forever. It's just too damaging. Tian Shuang pointed at the immobilized Yashi Lian in the air and said to Haoyue. Fairy Haoyue glanced at Yashi Lian indifferently before sitting down. She said, This woman likes to show off her body in front of men anyway, so let's just let her be for now. We'll decide how to deal with her when he comes. As she said that, Fairy Haoyue glanced at Jianchen, who she had thrown into the imperial palace. She seemed to take pleasure in his misfortune as she teased him. On the other side, pleasant laughter rang out from a steaming hot spring in the depths of the imperial palace of the Xiandao dynasty. 2 beautiful women played around in the water happily, producing bell-like laughter. Jianchen was enveloped by moonlight force as he fell from the sky without putting up any resistance at all. He directly smashed into the hot spring, landing right between the 2 women. A huge splash immediately appeared in the hot spring. The entire hot spring seemed to boil. This hot spring was an important place in the imperial palace. The 2 women who were playing in the water did not expect that someone would fall from the sky directly into the hot spring. They could not help but be startled, as if they had not yet reacted. Jianchen had only just awakened when Fairy Haoyue had thrown him into the water in a daze. Before he could even find his bearings, he saw two beautiful women standing naked before him. This stunned him, and he failed to react. Arg! However, the two women reacted much faster than Jianchen, who had just woken up and had yet to fully recover his soul. Immediately, two screams rang through the entire imperial palace. The two women used energy to create clothes to protect themselves at the same time. Their eyes burned with fury as they wielded their swords in shame and humiliation. They charged towards Jianchen from the front and back. At this moment, the two of them even had the thought of dying. Not only were their entire bodies completely seen by a grown man, but this man was also not wearing any clothes, and they were even in the same hot spring. This was absolutely unacceptable to the two of them. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ladies, please calm down. Jianchen dodged the attacks of the two women in a fluster. He did not even bother to wash off the blood on his body. He took out a set of clothes in a panic and fled, turning into a blur as he rushed over. By now, it was impossible for him to not understand that Fairy Haoyue had tricked him. She had purposefully tossed him here. Where did this pervert come from? Don't even think about escaping. I won't stop until I kill you today, pervert. I'm going to skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and cut you to pieces. Behind him, two outstanding beauties with the countenance of a flower and the countenance of the moon were brimming with murderous aura. They charged forward with their swords in their hands. A powerful energy fluctuation shrouded their entire bodies. It was impossible to see their true appearances. However, the two women were only gods, so it was impossible for them to catch up to Jianchen. In the blink of an eye, they had lost track of Jianchen. Quick, capture this pervert. Don't let him escape, a woman called out. Her voice rang through the entire imperial palace. Immediately, the entire imperial palace began to move. Groups of powerful guards shot over with lightning speed. There were many overgods among them as well. Why are there so many experts in the surroundings? Just where has Fairy Haoyue taken me? Jianchen immediately felt a headache when he sensed the powerful presences in the surroundings. He felt like he had just woken up from a dream. He was still rather confused, unable to understand his surroundings at all. He wanted to investigate with the senses of his soul, but the senses of his soul were suppressed far too severely here. With the power of his soul that had yet to recover, the senses of his soul were basically useless. Sir, please state your identity. At this moment, four middle-aged men appeared around Jianchen silently. They stared at Jianchen emotionlessly as their powerful presences locked onto Jianchen firmly. Jianchen's face changed slightly. The four middle-aged men were actually all Divine King experts. Fairy Haoyu, Tian Shuang, and the Emperor of the Xiandao Empire naturally sensed the situation in the imperial capital as well. They watched the competition excitedly from the floating garden. The muscles on the Xiandao Divine Emperor's face twitched unnaturally. After bowing to Tianshuang and Haoyue, he quickly rushed over. Hee, Sister Haoyue, I never thought you'd be in the mood for this. Look at how horrible the puny overgod is. You've made him miserable. Sister Haoyue, I'm becoming more and more confused about your relationship with this overgod. Tian Shuang giggled. Chapter 1937. Jianchen was surrounded by the four Divine King experts of the Xiandao dynasty. The pressure that was as great as mountains and seas immediately weighed down on Jianchen. Jianchen immediately felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. Moreover, apart from the four Divine King experts, many experts and soldiers surged over from all directions like a tide. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Jianchen. However, since the four Divine King experts were at the front, the guards did not attack Jianchen, who seemed like he had intruded into the palace. The four Divine King experts who had trapped Jianchen naturally did not dare to attack him before they had ascertained Jianchen's identity. As divine king experts, they were intelligent people. Putting aside just how tight the security of the palace was and how tight the formations were, just the many divine king experts hidden in the palace was not a line of defense that a lord could break through. However, not only did this lord break through the surveillance of the divine king experts, but he had also appeared in the palace silently. Even the various formations in the palace were useless against him. This did not make sense. "Greetings, Your Majesty." At this moment, all the guards in the surroundings called out in unison. Jianchen looked over when he heard the voice. He saw a middle-aged man in dragon robes with an extraordinary bearing and a dignified bearing hovering in the air. This person was the divine king of the Xiandao dynasty. "Your Majesty?" Jianchen was slightly puzzled. He silently examined his surroundings. Even now, he still did not know where he was. Although he guessed that he might have come to a dynasty, he did not know which one. The divine king of the Xiandao dynasty hovered in the air and stared at Jianchen expressionlessly. He seemed to be carefully examining Jianchen as if he wanted to see through him. "Pervert, where are you going?" "Prepare to die." Behind them, the two women who shared the same hot spring pool with Jianchen finally caught up. They wielded long swords that radiated the light of the laws. With a look of shame and anger, he directly passed through the crowd, the long sword in his hand mercilessly piercing towards Jianchen. Jianchen sighed gently. At that moment, an extremely rare expression of innocence appeared on his face. He did not dodge the two women's swords, directly blocking them with his body. He was indeed very innocent because he was thrown over by Fairy Haoyue without being able to resist at all. Enveloped by Fairy Haoyue's moonlight, he didn't even have the strength to struggle. In the end, he was thrown into the hot spring where the two women were bathing. The divine king of the Xiandao dynasty did not stop them. Two gods were unable to harm a over-god at all. The four divine kings who surrounded Jianchen carefully stared at Jianchen. As soon as Jianchen did anything rash, they would capture him without any hesitation. However, it was obvious that even if the two women used their full strength, they would not be able to harm Jianchen at all. Jianchen had easily received their attacks with just the strength of his body. What a tough body! The eyes of the divine king of the Xiandao dynasty and the four divine kings narrowed when they saw this. They were all secretly shocked. As for the two women, they were clearly stunned and revealed expressions of disbelief. But soon after, their faces turned ashen as they said, "Father, quickly kill this person for your daughter. If this person does not die, your daughter will not be able to vent the anger in her heart." "That's right. Father, please kill this person. You can't let this person leave alive." The two women begged as they stared at Jianchen in hatred. Their gazes were filled with hatred, as if they were tempted to skin Jianchen alive. "Princesses, I've been framed as well. How could I have made it through such a powerful formation with my strength? The main culprit is someone else. I'm willing to find the main culprit so that she can give us an explanation," Jianchen said righteously with a stern face. He was extremely furious inside, and he hated Fairy Haoyue to the core. The faces of the two princesses immediately sank when they heard that there was someone else behind this. Just when they were about to say something, the divine king of the Xiandao dynasty raised his hand in time to stop them. He said firmly, "Enough, we'll talk about this later. Xing you can go back first. You can all disperse as well." The Xiandao emperor clearly said the last sentence to the surrounding guards. "Yes, Your Majesty." The experts gathered in the surroundings all backed off. The four divine king who had surrounded Jianchen naturally understood that the overgod before them possessed quite a great background when they saw how the Xiandao emperor clearly did not intend to pursue the matter. They all glanced at Jianchen deeply. Afterwards, they silently vanished. "Father, you have to stand up for us." The two women were frantic as they felt wronged. Naturally, they could tell that the Xiandao emperor clearly did not plan on pursuing the matter. The Xiandao emperor sighed secretly. He felt very helpless. He had personally witnessed Jianchen being tossed over by the senior that even the ancestor had to treat with respect. Even if he wanted to pursue the matter, he did not have the courage to do so. At this moment, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He stared at Fairy Haoyue, who hurried over from afar. He said with an ugly expression, "Fairy Haoyue, you have to give me an explanation for this." Jianchen said that boldly. He was truly very angry that Fairy Haoyue had made fun of him like that. Unlike Jianchen's forcefulness, the two princesses of the Xiandao dynasty bowed politely, "Greetings to the ancestor, greetings to the senior." The face of the Xiandao emperor immediately stiffened when he heard Jianchen's boldness and lack of respect. Even Tian Shuang's disciple, Man Yi, became stunned when he heard Jianchen's words. An overgod had actually spoken to a primordial realm expert like that, and he had even asked for an explanation. They simply doubted their ears. Tian Shuang's eyes turned cold as well. Some sharpness appeared in them. Haoyue was the elder sister she respected and admired the most. She protected Haoyue even more than herself, yet this mere overgod had actually spoken to her most respected sister in such a manner. This was something that she could never forgive. However, in the next moment, Tian Shuang became slightly stunned when she saw Fairy Haoyue's expression. At that moment, she basically doubted whether the person before her was her sister Haoyue or not. Fairy Haoyue smiled faintly as she took pleasure in Tian Shuang's misfortune. She did not seem angry at all. Chapter 1938. Jianchen glared at Fairy Haoyue. Just when he wanted to say something, he seemed to think of something, and he immediately deflated like a balloon. He said, "Whatever. You've saved me twice after all, so I won't fuss over this matter with you." Jianchen was helpless. He could only accept this matter. After all, Fairy Haoyue had recovered her body. She was an existence that he could only look up to. "However, you need to explain to the two princesses that this has nothing to do with me. You're the mastermind," Jianchen continued. Fairy Haoyue looked at Jianchen as if she was smiling. She feigned surprise and said, "I'm the mastermind? Jianchen, do you have any proof that I'm the mastermind? Princesses, did you personally see me toss this person into the pool?" The two princesses immediately became rather flustered by Fairy Haoyue's question. Their faces were filled with grievance, and they seemed like they were about to cry. They had no idea how to answer her. The person before them was an existence on par with their ancestor. Her status was so great that even as princesses of the Xiandao dynasty, they struggled to remain composed before someone like that. Let alone the two of them, even the emperors of the Xiandao Empire would struggle to see the ancestor of a primordial realm expert. If it were not for the fact that their ancestor had specially emerged from the forbidden grounds to see their sister, they probably would not have been able to see their ancestor even once in several tens of thousand years. They were supreme existences in the Xiandao dynasty. They were like gods. The two princesses felt indescribably nervous before someone like that. The two princesses could not help but glance at Jianchen secretly. Their eyes were still filled with undisguised anger. However, to their surprise, Jianchen's behavior was completely different from theirs. Jianchen did not show any respect towards the two primordial realm experts at all. He stood there calmly as his face was filled with resentment and some anger. He glared at the senior that even their ancestor had to treat well. Jianchen's composure made the two princesses grit their teeth in resentment. At the same time, they became rather curious. However, their curiosity was drowned out by their anger and humiliation. They clenched their teeth as hatred filled their eyes. "Sister Haoyue, stop making fun of the younger generation. Look at how frightened they are," Tian Shuang said helplessly. Tian Shuang rubbed her temples and said in an extremely speechless manner. Fairy Haoyue's actions were completely meaningless in her eyes. They were both primordial realm experts. These weak juniors were like ants in their eyes, so how could they be in the mood to make fun of them? Moreover, Haoyue had always maintained a cold and proud image in her heart. now that she had suddenly become so mischievous, actually having the time to make fun of the younger generation, Tian Shuang found it very difficult to adapt. Xing you can leave, the emperor of the Xiandao dynasty said in a dignified voice. Yes, father. The two princesses bowed towards the emperor, Tian Shuang and Hao Yue politely. Tears of grievance flickered in their eyes as they glared at Jianchen viciously. They backed off unhappily with pouted mouth. They had also guessed that Jianchen had some sort of relationship with this senior that even their ancestor had to treat well. With such an expert behind them, they definitely would not be able to make up for what they had suffered. Even their father would not be able to help them. Fairy Haoyue could not help but smile as she watched Xing and Lan leave in such a pitiful manner. She said, "You two little girls, don't act like you've suffered a great loss. If the two of you can become his wives, the Xiandao dynasty will definitely rise in status in the future. All your ancestors will benefit from it. Right now, I've given you a good start. Whether or not you can grasp this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will depend on your choice." Fairy Haoyue, what are you talking about? Jianchen stared at Fairy Haoyue with a pale face. He had no idea what Fairy Haoyue was planning. Jianchen, don't think that I'm just toying with you. These two girls aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Xing and Lan immediately felt their faces heat up when they heard Fairy Haoyue's words. They almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. If someone else had said that, the two of them definitely would have charged over and killed them without any regard for the consequences. They would have cut off the person's tongue. However, they would never dare to do something like that before Fairy Haoyue. As a result, they could only act like they had not heard anything and quickly leave. However, the emperor and Tian Shuang, who believed they understood Fairy Haoyue better, stared at Jianchen in surprise when they heard Fairy Haoyue's words. The two of them definitely did not believe that Fairy Haoyue was spouting nonsense. Since she had said that, it meant that the puny overgod before them was definitely not simple. Sister Haoyue, may I ask who this brother is? Tian Shuang stared at Jianchen as she became stern for the first time. This was the first time she had looked at a puny overgod so sternly since she had reached the primordial realm. He's Jianchen, said Fairy Haoyue. Jianchen. Tian Shuang and Xiandao Shenhuang looked puzzled. This name was very unfamiliar to them. Moreover, they had never heard of any ancient peak organization with this surname. However, Man Ye's eyes lit up. He stared at Jianchen closely and said, "Are you that Jianchen from the southern region?" Great figures like the Emperor and Tian Shuang naturally did not know the name Jianchen, but Man Yi was extremely familiar with it. This was because the name had once made him jealous. Before his name had even appeared on the Overgod's plaque, Jianchen's fame had already crossed the southern region and directly reached the northern region. Jianchen was so famous that he had completely surpassed him, who was also known as someone who could make it onto the Overgod's plaque. Jianchen from the southern region? Jianchen became slightly doubtful when he heard Man Ye's words. Why did he mention the southern region? Was he not in the southern region? However, this was clearly not the time to think about that. He clasped his fist and said, "My name is indeed Jianchen. I just don't know if I'm the same person as the Jianchen brother Man Yi speaks of. After all, there are quite a few people with the same name." "It's you. You're the same as the rumors." Man Yi studied Jianchen carefully before surging with battle intent. He took a step forward and glared at Jianchen. He said, "Jianchen, I want to challenge you." "My disciple, don't be rude," Tian Shuang said emotionlessly. She only cared about a single question right now, which was Jianchen's identity and background for her sister to praise him so much. Man Ye's imposing aura suddenly became sluggish. Like a deflated balloon, it disappeared in a flash. He then respectfully said, "Yes, Master. Master." Fairy Haoyue glanced in the direction of the imperial capital before saying to Jianchen, "That little wench is still there." Jianchen, come with me. It's time to deal with that little wench. After saying that, Fairy Haoyue directly flew into the air. She was not fast at all. Behind her, Jianchen hesitated slightly before immediately following. He arrived at the Sky Garden with Fairy Haoyue. He immediately saw Yaxi Lian, who was imprisoned in the air. At the same time, he saw the sea of people gathered below. This scene immediately stunned Jianchen. Fairy Haoyue had actually made Yaxi Lian, the commander of the Heavenly Demon Religion's 7th Legion, bare for countless people to admire? Chapter 1939. Jianchen, who's this little whore? How did she end up targeting you? Fairy Haoyue stared at Yaxi Lian as she hovered in the garden above the battle ring in the imperial capital. She's the commander of the 7th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Yaxi Lian. Jianchen explained the battle between the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian and the Heavenly Demon Religion briefly. However, he hid the fact that he had been ambushed by the Divine King of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. I never thought that she would actually be one of the 9 commanders of the Heavenly Demon Religion. The Heavenly Demon Religion has indeed made a huge move this time. The 9 armies have split into 3, attacking the southern, northern, and western regions. The 3 vice leaders of the branch of the Heavenly Demon Religion on the Cloud Plain definitely won't be able to make such a huge move. That's because the consequences will be extremely severe if they don't control it well. The 3 vice leaders won't be able to shoulder the responsibility with their abilities. This matter probably has something to do with the great elder of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Tian Shuang said sternly. As soon as the Empyrean demon cult was mentioned, even someone as powerful as her would become stern. Afterwards, Tian Shuang looked at Fairy Haoyue and said sternly, Sister Haoyue, listen to me. It's best if you don't get involved in the matters of the Heavenly Demon Religion. Haoyue glanced at Tian Shuang and said, Sister Tian Shuang, you should understand me. Do you think I'm someone who's afraid of death? If I, Haoyue, want to do something, no one can stop me, not even my father. With that, Fairy Haoyue looked at Jianchen again and said, Jianchen, your wounds contain traces of the Divine King's laws, but they don't seem like the work of this little whore. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your current strength, it's as easy as blowing off dust for this little whore to deal with you. You can't fight back at all, and the marks on you clearly show that you've fought an intense battle with the Divine King. Is the Heavenly Demon Religion or the Divine King trying to deal with you? A vicious light suddenly flashed through Fairy Haoyue's eyes, but no one noticed it. Jianchen shook his head. His face became rather sunken as he said, It's not the Heavenly Demon Religion. It's someone on our side. However, I will personally seek justice for this matter. Fairy Haoyue did not continue asking after seeing how Jianchen was unwilling to say more. She reached out and Yaxi Lian immediately flew over involuntarily. She glared at Fairy Haoyue in shame and anger. Just what kind of status did Yaxi Lian have in the Heavenly Demon Religion? Even the commanders of the other 8 armies had to treat her politely. However, she had been humiliated like this today. Even though she was a 9-tailed fox and was naturally charming, she was not as lustful as others said. In reality, she had never revealed her body to any other man apart from Jianchen. Even when she had absorbed the essence of men before, she had only placed her hand on their heads. Only Jianchen's energy was special and extremely powerful. It was filled with destructive power, so Yaxi Lian dared not devour it easily. She could not find any other way, so she had no choice but to use a method of balancing yin and yang to absorb it. That was why she revealed her body to Jianchen so recklessly, trying to use her charm to control Jianchen's mind so that Jianchen would cooperate with her. As a result, even though Yaxi Lian was a 9-tailed fox, she had always maintained her purity and thought very highly of herself. Yet now, Fairy Haoyue had openly trapped her in the air, allowing countless people below to watch and admire her as they pleased. How could Yaxi Lian accept this when she had never revealed her body to any man before? What happened today would definitely be a great humiliation for Yaxi that she would never be able to wash away. However, Haoyue was a terrifying primordial realm expert, so even though Yaxi was filled with resentment, she could not say anything. However, he did not dare to say anything. He could only glare at Fairy Haoyu furiously. However, this resentment had already been deeply planted in Yaxi heart. Fairy Haoyue directly ignored the fury in Yaxi eyes. She said to Jianchen, "How do you want this little wench to die?" "Sister Haoyue." Tian Shuang hesitated. She was slightly worried. She really did not want Haoyue to take part in the enmity of the heavenly demon religion. The heavenly demon religion was just too powerful. Just a single branch of theirs had caused such a great bloodbath on the cloud plain, so the empires did not dare to directly destroy it. They could only fend it off and protect their own territories. Even the peak organizations that stood at the apex of the cloud plain did not dare to do anything to the heavenly demon religion. Jianchen glanced at Tian Shuang and sank into his thoughts. Only after a while did he say, "Fairy Haoyue, I want to keep this person alive for now. The heavenly demon religion is currently at war with the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Keeping a commander hostage might be of great help to the battle." Fairy Haoyue glanced at Jianchen deeply and smiled gently. "All right. Since you want to keep this little wench alive, I'll spare her for now. Her cultivation has already been sealed up by me, so she can't use the strength of the Divine King. As a result, you don't need to worry about her posing any threat to you. Just let her stay by your side for the next few days and watch over you properly. I'll let you have a taste of this little wench." Jianchen let out a sigh of relief inside when he heard Fairy Haoyue's words. In reality, he did not wish for Fairy Haoyue to fall out with the heavenly demon religion because of him. If that happened, he would be harming Fairy Haoyue. However, what Fairy Haoyue said towards the end left Jianchen completely speechless. He discovered that Fairy Haoyue seemed to like teasing people more and more after recovering her strength. She was like a completely different person compared to her coldness and sternness in the past. Tian Shuang also stared at Fairy Haoyue strangely. If she had not heard it in person, she would have struggled to believe that her sister had actually said that. Jianchen can actually speak with a primordial realm expert so casually. What kind of background does he have? The Emperor constantly guessed at Jianchen's identity as he stood beside him. He had already thought through all the peak organizations he knew about on the cloud plain. This was because Fairy Haoyue's words had been deeply imprinted into his mind. If roping in Jianchen really could allow the Xiandao dynasty to prosper and bring glory to their ancestors, he really did want to betroth his two daughters to Jianchen. Suddenly, the Emperor's face changed. With a flip of his hand, he took out a jade talisman from his space ring and immediately sent the senses of his soul into it. Afterwards, a sliver of helplessness appeared on his face. "Ancestor, please take a look." The Emperor of the Xiandao dynasty passed the jade talisman to Tian Shuang. After accepting the jade talisman, Tian Shuang sent the senses of her soul into it as well. After learning the contents of the jade talisman, she sighed gently. Who knows how long this Shi Emperor is going to make a fuss for? Let's just do as he says. We have to give the Shi Emperor face. "Sister Tian Shuang, what's wrong?" Fairy Haoyue asked curiously. "It's a message from the Emperor Shi of the Shi dynasty. Emperor Shi wants all the empires in the northern region to seal off all their interregional teleportation formations. Sigh, who knows how many times this has happened since Emperor Shi ascended to the throne. However, whenever Emperor Shi wants us to seal off the teleportation formations, experts of the imperial family will die. They will be personally slain by Emperor Shi. There are even many primordial realm experts among them." Tian Shuang sighed gently. Fear appeared in her eyes when she mentioned Emperor Shi. "What? This Emperor Shi has even killed primordial realm experts of the imperial family?" Fairy Haoyue was slightly surprised. "Exactly. Who knows what's wrong with Emperor Shi? Ever since he ascended to the throne, The imperial family of the Shi dynasty has never had peace. Not only have most of their infinite primes been killed by Emperor Shi, but even most of the princes have been killed by Emperor Shi. There were over a dozen princes in the past, but only 1 or 2 remain now. They're all living in fear. They fear Emperor Shi to the extreme, said Tian Shuang. Fairy Haoyue remained speechless for quite some time. She only felt that Emperor Shi was just too crazy. He had even killed so many infinite primes from his own clan. Wouldn't an expert like that be worshipped like an ancestor wherever he went? Jianchen was shocked as well. Infinite primes were mountains that he could only look up to. They were peak experts. Some divine kingdoms would immediately become empires once they gained an infinite prime. However, from what Tian Shuang had said, infinite primes were actually so worthless in the Shi dynasty. Emperor Shi had actually killed most of them by himself. This was just too shocking. At this moment, a terrifying pulse of energy swept through the sky of the imperial capital with unbelievable speed. Looking up, a transparent, blue barrier had suddenly appeared in the sky. The barrier seemed thin, but the energy within it was so terrifying that it shocked Jianchen. Tian Shuang stared at the energy barrier and became very stern. She said, "This is the ancient formation of heavenly chaos. I never thought that Emperor Shi would actually use a formation like this. Now, the entire northern region has been sealed up by the Shi dynasty. Not only is no one able to leave the northern region, but even teleportation formations have been rendered useless. The disk of heavenly ways is useless as well. It looks like Emperor Shi is dealing with someone important this time." At this moment, the power of laws in the surroundings suddenly fell into chaos. Deafening booms rang out in outer space as terrifying ripples of energy formed a storm, wreaking havoc in outer space. It caused space to distort and shatter as huge cracks appeared. Jianchen stared over. He could vaguely see 2 balls of light condensed from laws constantly colliding in the extremely distant outer space. Each time they collided, they would erupt with devastating power. It was truly enough to shock the world and make gods weep. It's a battle between 2 chaotic primes. Fairy Haoyue also stared at the sky and said indifferently. Chapter 1940. Then why is Emperor Shi attacking his own people? He's even willing to face the consequences of starting a war with the Holy Emperor? Moreover, the people he's killing are all infinite primes. That's primordial realm experts we're talking about, yet he's actually willing to kill them. Isn't he worried that the Shi dynasty will suffer heavy losses because of this? Fairy Haoyue asked curiously. Tian Shuang sighed gently. It's not just suffering heavy losses. The current Shi dynasty has already suffered heavy losses because of Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi has killed quite a few infinite primes of the imperial family. Without a few 100,000 years, it'll probably be very difficult for them to recover. However, Emperor Shi sure is vicious and heartless. Not only were there subjects of the Shi dynasty among the infinite primes that were killed, but there were also senior figures of the Shi dynasty and Emperor Shi's brothers and sisters. Without any exception, they were all killed off. However, Emperor Shi is extremely impressive as well. Soon after he became emperor, he became a chaotic prime. Although the Shi dynasty has lost quite a few infinite primes, the overall strength of the Shi dynasty hasn't weakened because Emperor Shi has broken through to chaotic prime. When she reached there, Tian Shuang hesitated slightly before continuing. I'm guessing that the reason why the Shi emperor is so crazy, killing a primordial realm expert of his empire, is because of some matters that happened over 2,000 years ago, before the previous emperor of the Shi empire abdicated and when the Shi emperor was still the crown prince. Oh, then tell me in detail. Fairy Haoyue stared at the battle in outer space without blinking at all. Her curiosity was piqued as well. Jianchen listened carefully as well. He was also extremely curious as to why Emperor Shi would go so crazy and kill so many infinite primes from his own clan, even going as far as to fight with his father. Infinite primes were worshipped wherever they went. Even in some ancient empires, They were existences on the level of ancestors, yet Emperor Shi was even willing to kill people like that. Even the commander of the 7th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Yashi Lian, who was imprisoned there, seemed to have forgotten about her status as a prisoner. She was drawn over by the battle in outer space as well. Yashi Lian's ears perked up when she heard the secret information from Tian Shuang. After a moment of thought, Tian Shuang said, "In the past, when the current emperor Shi was still the crown prince, his talent was extremely outstanding. Out of the over a dozen crown princes of the Shi dynasty, Emperor Shi was the most dazzling. His brilliance outshone all the other princes of the Shi dynasty. Even the old emperor treated Emperor Shi in a new light, so Emperor Shi naturally became the person with the greatest chance of becoming emperor. In any empire, the struggle for the throne is unavoidable. Emperor Shi's brilliance naturally made the other crown princes jealous, making him the greatest obstacle to many crown princes becoming Emperor Shi. As a result, all the crown princes of the Shi dynasty viewed Emperor Shi as a thorn in their side. They all wanted to remove him. However, Emperor Shi has always treated the throne as nothing in all these years. He has no intention of fighting for the throne of the Shi dynasty. As a result, the crown princes of the Shi dynasty have never moved against Emperor Shi. This continued until several thousand years ago, when the old emperor of the Shi dynasty broke through to chaotic prime and was about to abdicate. However, the old emperor intended for Emperor Shi to inherit the throne, which naturally made all the crown princes of the Shi dynasty displeased. As a result, all the crown princes began to move secretly, targeting Emperor Shi. Tian Shuang's expression changed slightly when she reached there. She looked at Emperor Shi, who was engaged in an intense battle with the great holy emperor in outer space. Sympathy and understanding appeared in her eyes as she continued. One of the most shocking matters happened when Emperor Shi and his wife were hunted down by many crown princes of the Shi dynasty on their way back to their family. In the Shi Empire, aside from the Shi Emperor who has no interest in the position of emperor and has never tried to rope in any of the authoritative members of the upper echelon of the empire, the other princes have all nurtured a force that belongs to them. They either have the support of a senior member of the imperial family or infinite prime subjects. As a result, when they hunted down the Shi Emperor, there would naturally be people behind them participating as well. There were even some princes who invited people outside the imperial family to hunt down the Shi Emperor. That time, there were over a dozen infinite primes who hunted down Emperor Shi and his wife. They chased the couple to the point where they had nowhere to go. They were surrounded by danger several times, and even their path back to the Shi dynasty was blocked. It was impossible for them to return home, so Emperor Shi and his wife could only flee across the entire cloud plain. If it were not for the fact that they were also infinite primes, they probably would not have survived until now. The hunt lasted for many years. Emperor Shi's talent was supreme, so his strength constantly increased as he was hunted down. When he reached the 9th heavenly layer of infinite prime, he finally returned to the Shi dynasty. After returning to the Shi dynasty, Emperor Shi, who originally had no interest in the throne, suddenly changed his mind. He began to compete for the throne of the Shi dynasty. With how much the old emperor valued Emperor Shi and Emperor Shi's talent and strength, there was obviously no suspense in the competition for the throne. He completely crushed all the crown princes and became the new Emperor Shi. As for Emperor Shi, he must have been provoked by something during the hunt. As soon as he ascended to the throne, he changed from his gentle and refined manner and became extremely forceful. He began to act against the people who hunted him down in the past. On the same day, he personally executed an infinite prime, and 2 crown princes were killed by Emperor Shi as well. Emperor Shi clearly was not satisfied. When he wanted to execute a second subject, he was stopped by the Holy Emperor. At the same time, many of the subjects and senior members of the Shi dynasty worked together, gathering over half of the power of the Shi dynasty to stop Emperor Shi. Even a few peak sects of the Shi dynasty took part, so Emperor Shi was constantly restrained. However, to everyone's surprise, Emperor Shi's cultivation broke through again soon after he ascended to the throne. He became a chaotic prime, becoming someone like the Holy Emperor of the Shi dynasty. As a result, no one in the entire Shi dynasty dared to disobey him anymore. After that, as a result, the Shi emperor completely let loose and began to clean up all the people who had hunted him down in the past. Whether it was peak infinite primes, senior members of the empire, or the current crown prince, all of them were mercilessly executed by the Shi emperor who had hunted down the Shi emperor and his wife. Even 2 subjects who were 9th heavenly layer infinite primes were personally slain by the Shi emperor, Jian Qin said. A smear of amazement appeared in Tian Shuang's eyes when she reached there. Those were 9th heavenly layer infinite primes. They were only a step away from becoming chaotic primes, yet even Emperor Shi killed them without any hesitation. Emperor Shi sure is ruthless. He's even willing to fight against the Holy Emperor. Fairy Haoyue was surprised as well. She said, "Has Emperor Shi lost his mind? Even if these people hunted him down in the past, they don't deserve to die. Just punish them a little. After all, he's a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime. Even in my moon god hall, people like that are treated like treasures, unless they commit some sort of unforgivable crime." Many people in the northern region believe that Emperor Shi has lost his mind, or he's been greatly provoked. Otherwise, why would his personality change so drastically, becoming so vengeful and vicious? After all, he wasn't like this in the past, said Tian Shuang. Chapter 1941. It's extremely common for princes to kill each other in the struggle for the throne. However, once a crown prince ascends to the throne, he'll prioritize the bigger picture in order to preserve the strength of the empire. He'll let go of some grievances and just punish them slightly, or send them to distant regions to guard important locations. However, this is the first time I've seen Emperor Shi kill off all the people who once hunted him without sparing a single one, said Fairy Haoyue. Whatever. That's the matter of the Shi clan. It has nothing to do with our Xiandao dynasty. Fortunately, when the crown prince of the Shi dynasty asked our Xiandao dynasty to hunt down Emperor Shi, we didn't agree. Otherwise, Emperor Shi would have never spared our Xiandao dynasty, Tian Shuang said. Tian Shuang said with lingering fear. She felt extremely fortunate. The current Shi emperor was enough to make her feel some fear. Enough. Shi Ziyun, how long are you going to make a fuss for? Do you really want to just watch the Shi dynasty be destroyed by your hands? At this moment, a thunderous voice boomed out from the sky. The old voice was filled with unquestionable dignity. It was the furious roar of the Holy Emperor of the Shi dynasty. Emperor Shi and his father, the Holy Emperor, continued to fight intensely in the sky. The power of primordial realm laws transformed into chains of laws. Whenever they collided, devastating power would erupt, causing space to crack. Imperial Father, I, Shi Ziyun, swore that I, Shi Ziyun, would destroy anyone who participated in this, no matter who they were. I will not let a single one of them go. No matter who they are, I will not show mercy. Father, if you continue to stand in my way and prevent me from taking revenge, I will sever all ties with you today and leave the Shi Empire. From today onwards, I will have nothing to do with the Shi Empire at all. However, I will still kill those people. I will not spare a single one of them. If the Shi dynasty stops me, I will become enemies with the Shi dynasty. Another dignified voice rang out, accompanied by the power of primordial realm laws that reverberated through outer space. It was Emperor Shi's voice. It was dignified and domineering, as well as furious hatred and determination. Ziyun, how could you say something like that? Are you trying to anger your father to death? You've already executed so many of your brothers, the upper echelons of the imperial family and the consecrators. Could it be that you're still not willing to stop? Could it be that you're determined to personally destroy this empire? The retired sage emperor said bitterly. The cause of the past, the effect of the present. Isn't this all because of you, father? If you had interfered in the past, how would things have ended up like this today? Now, father, to say anything to stop you, Emperor, she said coldly. He was extremely determined. In the Xiandao dynasty below, Tian Shuang became slightly stunned as she stood in the hanging garden. She said in shock, "Just how great is the hatred that makes Emperor Shi go as far as to leave the Shi dynasty to kill all of his enemies? Just what happened when those people pursued Emperor Shi in the past to make Emperor Shi become so crazy?" In the end, the battle between the Shi Emperor and the ancestral Emperor lasted for several hours before coming to a stop. It had come to an end. They were father and son, so while their battle seemed intense, it was actually quite mild. Naturally, it was impossible for them to actually injure each other. Although the battle between chaotic primes and outer space had ended, Jianshan still stared at the sky. He was unable to calm down even after quite some time. The battle between Emperor Shi and the Holy Emperor had stirred up a tremendous amount of power of laws. It was endless, and it possessed a devastating might. It had already deeply imprinted itself into Jianshan's heart. Jianshan had never seen such an astonishing battle before. Only the battle between the two chaotic primes had allowed him to witness what true devastation was. This was the true destruction of the heavens and the earth. The void had been torn apart several times because of their battle. If it were not for the fact that the two of them were far enough away from the cloud plain, Jianshan even suspected that they would have torn the northern region to pieces. After who knew how long, Jianshan finally returned to his senses. He looked around and discovered that Fairy Haoyue and Tian Shuang had already sat down leisurely and were eating fruit. As for the dozens of arenas in the imperial capital, the matches that were going on were also abruptly stopped due to this series of unforeseen events. After consulting with His Majesty, the host of the tournament announced that they would continue on another day. Jianshan glanced past Yaxilian by accident, and he immediately thought of something. His face suddenly changed, and he looked at Fairy Haoyue. He said, "Fairy Haoyue, Emperor Shi has sealed off the northern region with a formation. All the teleportation formations have been shut down. Doesn't that mean I can't return to the southern region?" Now, Jianshan had basically understood that he was not in the southern region. Instead, he was in the extremely distant northern region. If the southern region was the world of the Blood Sun Empire, then the northern region was the world of the Shi dynasty. Fairy Haoyue glanced at Jianshan and said, "That's right. You really can't return to the southern region right now. Unless you come across a grandmaster whose comprehension of formations surpasses the formation, it'll be very difficult to break through the seal. Even a god artifact like the Disk of Heavenly Ways will be useless." Jianshan's face immediately became ugly when he heard that. His face was filled with worry. Siyu, Houston, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish were all still on the battlefield in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. With their strength, accidents could happen at any time on a battlefield where even overgods struggled to protect themselves. If he was not there, no one from his side would look after them, given how the divine king of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds wanted to launch a sneak attack on him and kill him. Although he was known as a supreme overgod on the overgod's plaque, Jianshan could already tell that even if he was a supreme overgod, they would not take any special care of him as long as he was not on their side. As a matter of fact, not only would they not take care of him, but they would even be eager for something to happen to him. This was because they did not wish for the divine kingdom of Pingtian to truly become powerful, as it would threaten their own interests and shake their status. Although the divine king, a primordial realm expert, was present, preventing them from attacking him openly, it was completely possible for them to leave him in the lurch. They could even kick him when he was down. Then are there any other ways to return to the southern region in a short amount of time? Jianshan asked, unwilling to give up. He was very worried. If he was not there, he really would not be able to stop worrying about Siyu, Houston, and the others. Fairy Haoyue glanced at Jianchen as she ate her fruit leisurely. She scoffed, "Even the people on your side are targeting you, and it's the Divine King. If I hadn't arrived in time, you probably would have been sucked dry by this little whore. You can't even protect yourself, yet you're in such a hurry to return? You're just going to die. I will naturally settle this debt, but many of my friends are on the battlefield. The White Tiger, Houston, and Senior Ruijin are all there. If something happens to them..." Jianchen hesitated. He was extremely worried. Fairy Haoyue was surprised. She knew about Jianchen's relationship with these people. After a moment of hesitation, she said seriously, "With the northern region sealed up by Emperor Shi, there's nothing I can do if you want to return to the southern region. However, you can ask Sister Tian Shuang. As an ancient empire, the Xiandao dynasty naturally has regional teleportation formations. Sister Haoyue, please don't make things difficult for me. The sealing of the teleportation formation was personally ordered by Emperor Shi. There's barely anyone who dares to disrespect Emperor Shi in the northern region now. Moreover, you've seen how forceful and vicious Emperor Shi is," Tian Shuang said with a headache. She was in a very difficult spot. Chapter 1942. Senior Tian Shuang, may I ask if there are any other ways to leave the northern region? Has Emperor Shi not left any places behind after locking up the northern region? Jianchen asked. He had no idea how long the northern region would remain locked up. He really could not stay here for long, as he was afraid that something would happen to Siyu and the others. It's not like there's no way. Afterwards, a sliver of seriousness appeared on her face. She said, "Although Emperor Shi has locked up the northern region, there are still a few special places that are not restricted by the seal. The God's Fallen Clan is one of them." The God's Fallen Clan? Fairy Haoyue murmured in doubt. She had stayed in the northern region for quite some time now, so she basically understood the various organizations in the northern region. However, this was the first time she had heard of the God's Fallen Clan. When she heard about the God's Fallen Clan, the Emperor's expression changed as well. Deep fear and dread appeared in his eyes. The God's Fallen Clan was an existence that their Xiandao dynasty could only look up to. They stood high above, at the apex of the entire cloud plain. As a matter of fact, only those with a certain amount of strength had the right to even know the name of the God's Fallen Clan. Even the Xiandao Divine Emperor had only heard of the God's Fallen Clan after he ascended the throne. Tian Shuang explained, "The God's Fallen Clan possesses an extremely great status in the northern region. They're one of the peak organizations on the cloud plain. Only they can help you now." Jianchen's heart sank when he heard that. He felt disappointed. Since the God's Fallen Clan was so powerful, why should they help him with his current status? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jianchen's head. A figure that he had not seen in a long time suddenly appeared in his head. He immediately stared at Tian Shuang in interest and asked, "Senior Tian Shuang, do you know the Tian family?" "Tian family? You actually know about the Tian family?" Tian Shuang stared at Jianchen in surprise. She seemed to be extremely surprised. "Of course I know about the Tian family, but they're not in the northern region. They're in the central region." "Sister Tian Shuang, tell me where the God's Fallen Clan is," said Fairy Haoyue at this moment. "Sister Haoyue, don't tell me you're going to the God's Fallen Clan personally for him?" Tian Shuang stared at Haoyue in shock. She discovered that her big sister Haoyue's attitude towards Jianchen was very different. Fairy Haoyue had traveled with Jianchen. She knew just how important Siyu, Houston, and the others were to Jianchen. As a result, under Fairy Haoyue's insistence, Tian Shuang had no choice but to tell her the address of the God's Fallen Clan. "Sigh, Sister Haoyue, since you're going to visit the God's Fallen Clan personally, I can only go with you." In the end, Tian Shuang went with Fairy Haoyue. The three of them immediately left the Xiandao dynasty. Jianshan obviously placed the commander of the 7th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Yashi Lian, in the bright moon divine hall that he carried with him. The emperor stood in the hanging garden as he stared deeply at Jianshan's departing figure. His eyes flickered as he hesitated. Fairy Haoyue's words constantly rang through his head. Even Fairy Haoyue had never thought that what she had said would have such a great effect on the emperor, such that he had already committed her words to memory. Along the way, Jianshan was carried by Fairy Haoyue. The speed of primordial realm experts was truly unbelievable. The linear lightning release that Jianshan took pride in was as slow as a snail before the speed of the 2 primordial realm experts. Jianshan was enveloped by a layer of gentle moonlight. When he looked at the scenery outside through the moonlight, he felt like the scenery outside was vanishing with each step, as if he was teleporting. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Fairy Haoyue only needed to take a single step, and the distance she covered would take him an entire day. Before long, when the 3 of them stopped, they had already arrived in a primitive mountain range with extremely dense origin energy. There were very few people in the surroundings, where not a single person could be seen within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. There were only the cries of a few birds and beasts. Tian Shuang stared at the empty space. The powerful senses of the soul of a primordial realm expert directly extended out, directly fusing with the space there. It caused the space there to distort slightly. Soon, a crack appeared in the void and quickly formed a door of light. A stooped old man walked out from it and said in an old voice, "Who are you? Tell me your name." "I, Tian Shuang, from the Xiandao dynasty, have come to visit your esteemed clan." Tian Shuang clasped her hands at the door of light. "Please wait a moment. I'll go report this." The hunchbacked old man directly vanished into the door of light. He stared at the door of light. Jianshan was extremely shocked as well. The God's Fallen clan had actually carved out a space in outer space for their clan's land. This was the Saints' world. Space was extremely tough. Carving out a space in an environment like this was unimaginably difficult. Just this alone demonstrated the power of the God's Fallen clan. Even though the God's Fallen clan was a supreme clan, they clearly would not turn down a visit from a primordial realm expert. Very soon, the old man appeared again, leading Jianshan and the others into the God's Fallen clan. As soon as he entered the God's Fallen clan, Jianshan was drawn over by the origin energy that was so dense that it had almost liquefied. He discovered that not only was the origin energy extremely abundant in the God's Fallen clan, but even the laws of the world seemed to have become slightly clearer. Not only would cultivation increase extremely rapidly in an environment like this, but it could be described as skyrocketing. There was no need to absorb divine crystals at all. Even comprehending the laws of the world was much easier than outside. Jianshan became careful after entering the God's Fallen clan. He even hid the twin swords in his body deeply. If he were still a deity or god, he would never have dared to enter the God's Fallen clan, as he was afraid that some powerful primordial realm experts would see through him. However, he was no longer the same as before. He was confident that even primordial realm experts would struggle to see through him without coming into contact with him. "The Patriarch is waiting for you in the main hall. Please come with me." The hunchbacked old man led the way. In the end, he brought Jianshan's group to a majestic divine hall. At the same time, a figure shot towards the God's Fallen clan with lightning speed in the outside world. He seemed to be fleeing crazily. He moved extremely quickly, even faster than Fairy Haoyue and Tian Shuang when they hurried over. Chapter 1943. Shi Ziyun, do you think you can do whatever you want in the northern region just because you've become a chaotic prime? That's only limited to the Shi dynasty. The God's Fallen clan is a place where you don't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, you were once a loner and you lacked connections. You've never visited the God's Fallen clan, so you don't have any ties with them at all. On the other hand, The old man has been the imperial protector of the Shi dynasty for so long. He hasn't wasted his time like you. The old man is already on good terms with several elders in the God's Fallen clan, and the current patriarch of the God's Fallen clan has received kindness from the old man before he became the patriarch. As long as the old man comes to the God's Fallen clan, what can you do to me even if you're the current Emperor Shi of the Shi dynasty? The old man doesn't ask for the protection of the God's Fallen clan. He just wants to borrow the teleportation formation. With the old man's relationship with the elders and the current patriarch, how can they refuse such a small request? The old man hurried towards the God's Fallen clan as a strange light flickered through his eyes. This was the light of hope for him to escape from this disaster. Jianchen, Fairy Haoyue, and Tian Shuang sat on chairs in a majestic divine hall within the God's Fallen clan. At the front of the hall sat a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. He had an extraordinary bearing and a dignified bearing. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the God's Fallen clan. Jianchen did not even have the right to speak here. The patriarch of the God's Fallen clan did not take him seriously at all. As a matter of fact, he did not even glance at Jianchen the entire time. He completely treated Jianchen as Fairy Haoyue and Tian Shuang's subordinate. The people who conversed with the patriarch of the God's Fallen clan were Fairy Haoyue and Tian Shuang. Only the two of them, primordial realm experts, had the right to speak here. Jianchen did not care about any of this. He seemed to sit there calmly, but he was secretly worried inside. Whether he could return to the southern region through the teleportation formation of the God's Fallen clan depended on Fairy Haoyue and Tian Shuang. The patriarch of the God's Fallen clan is just a divine king. In the supreme God's Fallen clan, a divine king obviously doesn't have much authority. It looks like the patriarch of the God's Fallen clan can't make some important decisions. Jianchen also secretly studied the patriarch of the God's Fallen clan. He guessed that the patriarch of the God's Fallen clan was probably equivalent to a caretaker. He was responsible for dealing with daily matters. Family head, to tell you the truth, we came this time because we wish to borrow your clan's transportation formation. After exchanging some pleasantries, Tian Shuang explained the purpose of her visit. You want to borrow a teleportation formation? The patriarch looked at Fairy Haoyue and said, Are you involved in the matter of Emperor Shi as well? That's not it. Tian Shuang shook her head. This is my sister. She's called Haoyue. She came because she had urgent matters to attend to and needed to leave the northern region. However, the northern region has been sealed up by Emperor Shi, and even the disk of heavenly ways has lost its effects. As a result, we could only disturb your esteemed clan. Haoyue? Why does this name sound familiar? The patriarch of the God's Fallen clan murmured with a frown. Tian Shuang smiled. As for my sister's name, I think it's not just the patriarch who's familiar with it. Even with the entire Saints world in perspective, as long as you possess a certain amount of status, you won't be unfamiliar with it. After all, the only people who can shake up the entire Saints world, aside from the supreme experts who stand at the very apex, are the people who sit on the Divine King's throne. The patriarch of the God's Fallen clan seemed to think of something when he heard about the Divine King's throne. A gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes, and he stared at Fairy Haoyue in surprise. He immediately stood up and clasped his fist. I never thought it would be the renowned Senior Haoyue who sits on the Divine King's throne. I've heard of Senior's great name for a long time now. I never thought I would be able to see Senior in person today. I'm truly honored. The patriarch of the God's Fallen clan was indeed extremely surprised. He had indeed admired the name Haoyue in the past. Even a few elders of the clan had judged her. However, he had never thought that she would actually be a woman. Jianchen was secretly amazed when he heard that. He could not help but study Fairy Haoyue carefully. He was greatly surprised. He had never thought that Fairy Haoyue was actually an expert who sat on the Divine King's throne in the past. I've seen 2 experts who sit on the Divine King's throne. One of them is Protector Shui of the Ice Goddess Hall, ranked 9th on the Divine King's throne. The other one is Aladona, known as the greatest Divine King of the God Clan. She's ranked beyond the 100th on the Divine King's throne. I wonder what was Fairy Haoyue's ranking on the Divine King's throne in the past? Jianchen suddenly thought of something and became rather curious. However, he clearly could not bring himself to ask that in a situation like this. You're too polite, Patriarch. May I ask about the teleportation formation? Fairy Haoyue clasped her fist. The Patriarch of the God's Fallen Clan sighed gently and revealed a troubled expression. Just when he was about to say something, his face suddenly changed, and he looked outside the hall. Ha ha ha, it's been several thousand years since we last met, but the Patriarch's bearing is still the same as before. At this moment, an old voice rang out from outside. As he spoke, an old man strode in from outside. So it's the Imperial Protector of the Shi dynasty. The Patriarch of the God's Fallen Clan stood up and welcomed him politely. The reason why he could become the Patriarch of the clan was because of the Imperial Protector's assistance. A primordial realm expert, Jianchen determined the old man's cultivation in a single instance as soon as he saw him. The Imperial Protector of the Shi dynasty had a simple conversation with the Patriarch of the God's Fallen Clan before bringing up the matter of the teleportation formation as well. Sigh, you don't know, Imperial Protector, but the Ancestor has personally ordered the teleportation formation of the clan to be shut down. Without the Ancestor's orders, even the powerful elders of the clan won't dare to use it privately. And Senior Haoyue, I can't help you with the matter of the teleportation formation, the Patriarch said helplessly. What? Your Ancestor personally ordered the teleportation formation to be shut down? The Imperial Protector's face changed drastically when he heard that. His face sank very quickly and he said, How can there be such a coincidence? Your God's Fallen Clan just had to shut down the teleportation formation after Shi Ziyun sealed up the northern region. Is it to cooperate with Shi Ziyun? Impossible. It's impossible for Shi Ziyun to have such great authority. Moreover, he has never had any dealings with your God's Fallen Clan. The light in Jianchen's eyes flickered when he heard the Imperial Protector's words. He thought to himself, Is the person Emperor Shi wants to deal with this time the Imperial Protector of the Shi dynasty? If that's really the case, Emperor Shi is far too crazy. He's even killing the Imperial Protector. Just what kind of secret is hidden within all this? It's actually enough to make Emperor Shi move against a primordial realm expert of his clan. At this moment the Imperial Protector spoke again. He expressed that he wanted to stay in the God's Fallen Clan for a few days, so that he could catch up with the elders he was on good terms with. Imperial Protector, the elders have all entered seclusion. Moreover, I've just received orders from a great elder. Our God's Fallen Clan needs to be reorganized soon, so we won't be receiving any guests for now, the Patriarch of the clan said in a troubled manner. The Patriarch of the God's Fallen family said awkwardly. Even though his tone was very tactful, he had already ordered them to leave. The Imperial Protector's face darkened. He left the God's Fallen Clan in a hurry. Since the God's Fallen Clan had already ordered them to leave, it would not be good for him to remain here shamelessly. Let's go as well. With the teleportation formation of the God's Fallen Clan sealed, Fairy Haoyue left with Jianchen and Tian Shuang helplessly. After leaving the God's Fallen Clan, Jianchen, Tian Shuang, and Tian Shuang appeared in the ancient mountain range again. The Imperial Protector of the Shi dynasty did not leave. He also stood nearby, but his expression was extremely ugly right now. A white figure stood before the Imperial Protector. Extremely powerful primordial realm laws condensed in the air and revolved around him. He gave off a devastating might, causing space to distort and the world to tremble. Even space seemed to be thrown into disarray. The power of laws completely obscured his appearance. All they could see was that he wore white clothes. His face was completely obscured. However, he gave off an extremely heavy pressure of the world. He was like an emperor who had descended upon the world. Just by standing there, his pressure was enough to make the sky collapse and destroy the world. Emperor Shi! Tian Shuang cried out as she stared at the white figure in shock. Fairy Haoyue and Jianchen also stared at Emperor Shi. Chapter 1944. That's right. Imperial Protector, you have indeed contributed a lot to the Empire in the past few years. You have made great contributions, Emperor Shi nodded. He did not deny that. The Imperial Protector of the Shi Empire eased up when he heard that. He thought that Emperor Shi was going to let him off. However, at this moment, Emperor Shi's voice suddenly became cold. Extremely cold, killing intent radiated from him, causing the surroundings to change. All the birds and beasts in the surroundings fell silent. They all trembled on the ground. However, no matter how great your achievements are, they are far from being able to make up for what I've lost, nor are they able to make up for the eternal pain in my heart. Only by eliminating all those who participated in the pursuit of my life in the past would I be able to vent the hatred in my heart, said Shiyu coldly. Her icy cold voice carried unconcealable pain. Shi Ziyun, the two of you were hunted down. Although you encountered danger, didn't you return to the Empire unscathed in the end? You say you've lost something. What did you lose? Even if you lost extremely precious treasures during the hunt, you've already executed so many people in the past few years. Is that not enough to make up for it? Shi Ziyun, although the old man took part in the matter in the past, he did not hunt you down. He only secretly hindered you and prevented you from returning home. Even if the old man was at fault, it doesn't warrant death. The old man is willing to make up for it, the Imperial Protector said rather frantically. He did his best to convince Emperor Shi. This was because he did not even have the ability to flee before the current Emperor Shi. Although they were both primordial realm experts, the difference between infinite primes and chaotic primes was just too great. It was like a chasm. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Shi laughed aloud. There was some madness in his voice as he said, "You blocked my path back home, you blocked my path back home. Imperial Protector, if you hadn't secretly hindered me and blocked my path back home, how would things have developed to such a degree today? If you hadn't blocked my path back home, how would I have become so crazy today? I would have personally killed so many subjects, senior members, and even my own brothers. Imperial Protector, do you know who I hate the most in Yinshin? It's not the people who tried to hunt me down in the past, but the people who blocked my path back home. They deserve to die." When he said that, Emperor Shi's voice became extremely cold. He basically gritted his teeth as he said that. He could no longer hold back his fury, and he directly sent a palm strike towards the Imperial Protector. Emperor Shi had struck out furiously, using his cultivation as a chaotic prime. With a single palm strike, the laws of the world fell silent. Origin energy stopped flowing, and the laws of the world were disturbed. Space shook violently, almost ripping apart. The palm strike was extraordinarily powerful. It was truly devastating. If it were not for the fact that the Shi Emperor had purposefully held back, the terrifying energy would have destroyed the entire region before the palm strike had even been unleashed. Naturally, the Imperial Protector would not just sit there and wait for death. With a furious roar, a set of god artifact armor appeared on him, radiating with terrifying pulses of energy. At the same time, he wielded a violet gold horsetail whisk. Terrifying pulses of energy erupted like a volcano as he used all his strength to fend off Emperor Shi's palm strike. The Imperial Protector was extremely powerful as well. He also erupted with devastating power as soon as he struck out. If it were not for the fact that the God's Fallen clan had cast down layers upon layers of defensive formations, the mountains would probably have been destroyed by the Imperial Protector's strike. After all, he was not as powerful as Emperor Shi. When Emperor Shi struck out, He controlled his energy extremely well, injuring the enemy without affecting the surroundings. However, when the Imperial Protector faced Emperor Shi's attack, he naturally did not hold back at all. He used his full strength right from the start. The difference in strength between the two of them was just too great. After knocking away the Imperial Protector's horsetail whisk, Emperor Shi struck the god artifact armor on the Imperial Protector with great force. The armor that had reached the level of god artifacts immediately dimmed. Blood sprayed from the mouth of the Imperial Protector as his face paled. Speak. Apart from the people I've eliminated, who else took part in the matter of the past? Emperor Shi stared coldly at the Imperial Protector emotionlessly. A powerful killing intent enveloped the Imperial Protector. He showed no sympathy at all. Back then, he had been hunted down to the ends of the earth. He had fled across the entire cloud plain. He did not even know the identities of many of his pursuers. Although he had found some of them and mercilessly executed them, there were still some people who hid very well. Shi Ziyun, just what made you become so vicious and heartless? The Imperial Protector said unwillingly. Looking at Shi Ziyun in front of him, he couldn't reconcile the calm and indifferent Crown Prince Ziyun who didn't care for fame or fortune with anyone else. Since you won't speak, don't blame me for being heartless. Once we return to the palace, I have plenty of ways to make you speak. A sliver of viciousness appeared in Emperor Shi's eyes. He bound the Imperial Protector and lifted the Imperial Protector up like a dead dog before silently vanishing. He had already left. Is this a chaotic prime? He's actually so terrifying. Jianshan had yet to return to his senses after Emperor Shi's departure. He stared blankly in the direction that Emperor Shi had vanished in. This was the first time he had come into contact with a chaotic prime so closely. He was shocked. He had never been so shocked before. When Emperor Shi struck out earlier, not only did he feel like he was suffocating, but even his heart had stopped beating. He was unable to move at all. It was as if his entire body had been bound by an invisible force. Emperor Shi's strength was just too terrifying. Even though he did not target Jianshan, he still made Jianshan feel how insignificant he was. I never thought that Emperor Shi would actually lay his hands on the Imperial Protector of the Shi dynasty this time. Sigh, the Imperial Protector is an important minister of the Shi dynasty. I wonder what Emperor Shi lost during his pursuit in the past for him to become so insane, even killing the Imperial Protector, Tian Shuang said sternly. This is a matter of the Shi clan. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go back first. Fairy Haoyue said calmly. With a wave of her hand, she enveloped Jianshan with moonlight force and left with Jianshan. Before long, Jianshan returned to the Xiandao dynasty. Due to his relationship with Fairy Haoyue, Jianshan possessed a rather special status in the Xiandao dynasty. The emperor personally bestowed upon him a hall for Jianshan to rest in. Jianshan settled down temporarily in the imperial palace of the Xiandao dynasty. However, he was unable to relax at all. He was filled with anxiety, locking himself up in the hall all day long as he racked his brains for a way to leave the northern region. He was extremely worried about the safety of Siyu and the others. Jianshan did not take a single step out of the imperial palace for several days. However, no matter how hard Jianshan racked his brains, he failed to come up with a feasible plan. In the end, he concluded that unless Emperor Shi removed the seal on the northern region, it would be impossible for him to leave. Jianshan had mentioned finding Emperor Shi directly, but as soon as he mentioned it, Tian Shuang rejected the idea. This was because the chances were even slimmer than using the teleportation formation of the God's Fallen clan. Just as Jianshan was feeling uneasy, Fairy Haoyue arrived in his hall. She sighed gently when she saw how worried Jianshan was. She said, "This is my fault. I shouldn't have brought you to the northern region." "Fairy Haoyue, you can't say that. If it weren't for you, I would be dead already. I might not even be alive right now. I can only hope that Emperor Shi removes the seal on the northern region soon," said Jianshan. Emperor Shi's seal on the northern region will probably last for a while longer. I've just received news that Emperor Shi has already gone to the Skyren sect, one of the peak sects of the Shi dynasty. He wants the Skyren sect to hand over 2 of their great elders. The Skyren sect is one of the 4 peak organizations of the Shi dynasty. Their great elders are all infinite primes, and they have an even more powerful ancestor. There are only 3 great elders in the entire Skyren sect. Emperor Shi wants the Skyren sect to hand over 2 of them, so the Skyren sect naturally won't agree. Now, the Skyren sect has already sealed off its entrance and is in a stalemate with Emperor Shi. Even the ancestor of the Skyren sect has come forward, but Emperor Shi refuses to budge. There probably won't be an outcome anytime soon. Fairy Haoyue said. Jianshan frowned heavily. The Skyren sect was a peak organization in an eternal empire. They were definitely more powerful than the Xiandao dynasty. Even the Xiandao dynasty possessed a teleportation formation, so it was obviously impossible for the Skyren sect to not have one. However, if the situation continued like this, wouldn't Emperor Shi keep the northern region sealed until the Skyren sect handed over the 2 great elders in order to prevent them from escaping through the teleportation formation? Just how long would he be trapped like that? Chapter 1945. You won't be able to solve anything if you keep worrying like this. Why don't you settle down and use this time to properly cultivate and increase your strength as much as you can? After all, with your current strength, you won't be of much help even if you return to the southern region. Once the powerful Divine King wants to deal with the people around you, it'll be useless even if you're there, Fairy Haoyue said. Her voice was filled with concern. Even though she was a primordial realm expert, she did not put on any airs before Jianshan. Don't you have a few Divine King-level monster cores and demon cores on you? I can refine the poison in there for you. If you absorb the essence of the Divine King-level monster cores and demon cores, it should be able to increase your strength by quite a lot. Jianshan obviously did not hesitate at all when he heard that. He immediately took out the Divine King-level monster cores and monster cores from his space ring and passed them all to Fairy Haoyue. These 2 space rings were taken from that little whore. Now that she's a prisoner, they obviously belong to you. Fairy Haoyue arrived before Jianshan and passed the 2 space rings to him. Jianshan glanced past the 2 space rings. In the end, he only took one of them and said, "This one belongs to the Divine King I killed. It's my spoils. As for Yashilian's, it should belong to you, Fairy Haoyue. Now that you've recovered your cultivation, you should need the wealth more than me." Fairy Haoyue smiled. The plane where my moon god hall resides is extremely distant from the cloud plane. We basically have to cross most of the Saints' world to get there. The amount of divine crystals we need to spend on the journey is definitely not something a mere divine king's wealth can make up for. You better keep the space ring for yourself. I really don't care about a mere divine king's wealth. Moreover, do you think I've come to the Xiandao dynasty just for fun? I've only come because of my sister Tian Shuang's invitation to deal with an enemy for them. Once I'm done, they'll give me enough 5-colored divine crystals. Fairy Haoyue glanced at Jianshan deeply when she reached there and said, "As a result, I might leave the cloud plane before long. The enemy should be very powerful, right? Even an ancient empire like the Xiandao dynasty isn't confident in dealing with them," Jianshan asked. Fairy Haoyue said in a neutral manner, "A peak infinite prime isn't weak. Even though Sister Tian Shuang isn't the only primordial realm expert in the Xiandao dynasty, dealing with an expert like that will take a heavy toll on them. They might even pay an unbearable price." Afterwards, Fairy Haoyue stood up and made her way out of the door. "At the same time," she said, "I'll go refine the poison in the monster core for you first. Don't spend all your time in the Imperial Palace. This is the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty. It's extraordinarily busy outside. Many things that are extremely rare in the divine kingdom of Pingtian are extremely common here. You might be able to obtain some unexpected benefits if you go out. As soon as she arrived outside, Fairy Haoyue seemed to think of something. She paused and looked back at Jianchen. She said with some interest, "Oh right, do you still remember the two princesses from before? Their constitutions are extremely special. One of them has the extremely rare heavenly Yin body, while the other has the innate body of Ways. If they mature successfully, their futures will be limitless. If you cultivate with them, you'll benefit greatly as well, and your cultivation will skyrocket. Do you want to consider it? If you agree, I can act as a matchmaker and ask the divine king of the Xiandao dynasty for your hand in marriage." Jianchen smiled bitterly. "Fairy Haoyue, please don't do anything rash. I have no thoughts about the two princesses at all. Even if their constitutions are special, I don't necessarily need to rely on them to reach the peak on my path of cultivation." Fairy Haoyue blinked and smiled. "Think about it carefully. Regular people can't see through their constitutions. Even my sister Tian Shuang failed to sense it. If you make the first move, it's very likely that you'll succeed. I'll convince the divine king of the Xiandao dynasty. If you keep wasting time, once a chaotic prime discovers the uniqueness of the two sisters, you won't have any hope at all." With that, Fairy Haoyue's figure vanished from outside as well. Jianchen was speechless in the luxuriously decorated hall. He casually checked the space rings of Yashi Lian and the divine king of the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds, and his eyes immediately lit up. After a moment of hesitation, he left the imperial palace with the two space rings. Fairy Haoyue was right. It was pointless for him to worry about nothing now that the northern region had been sealed off. He would be better off doing something meaningful with this time. As my strength increases, the startling rainbow sword is gradually unable to satisfy my needs. If I find a suitable supreme quality saint artifact, it's time for me to change it. And there will definitely be more overgods in the Tianyuan family in the future. I need to prepare some high-quality saint artifacts beforehand. Supreme quality saint artifacts are basically extinct in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, while high-quality saint artifacts are extremely rare. I don't have a lot of choices. This is the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty, so high-quality saint artifacts definitely won't be as rare as they are in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. I can keep a few more in my clan, and there should be some supreme quality saint artifacts for sale. With that in mind, Jianchen left the imperial palace of the Xiandao dynasty. He strolled through the imperial capital by himself. In his hand, he held a map. On the map, all the shops in the imperial capital were densely distributed. Beside each shop, there were clear annotations that clearly marked the types of goods that the shop sold, as well as which faction it belonged to, and so on. Jianchen naturally knew about the martial competition that was currently taking place in the imperial capital, but he was not interested in it at all. He held the map that an old man of unknown status had passed to him. He chose a place and hurried off. On this day, Jianchen moved through the various stores in the imperial capital. He was extremely extravagant, buying over a dozen high-quality saint artifacts and 3 supreme-quality saint artifacts. He had spent an astronomical amount of divine crystals. In just a single day, Jianchen had spent more divine crystals than all the divine crystals he had obtained through his own abilities since he had come to the saint's world. After all, these were the space rings of 2 divine kings. The wealth of divine kings was naturally not something a single overgod could possess. In particular, the wealth of the 7th commander of the heavenly demon religion, Yashi Lian, had left Jianchen dumbfounded. Buying over a dozen high-quality saint artifacts and 3 supreme-quality saint artifacts had only cost him the wealth he had obtained from killing the overgods of the heavenly demon religion on the battlefield in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, as well as the wealth of the divine king who had ambushed him from the Taoist sect of Calm Clouds. Jianchen did not touch the wealth in Yashi Lian's space ring. In reality, The wealth in Yaxi Lian's space ring was over 10 times more than the total amount of divine crystals he had spent today. Just the supreme quality divine crystals had exceeded 100 square meters. Yaxi Lian was no different from a dead person in Jianqin's eyes. He could kill her or not with a single thought. Her space ring had naturally become his spoils as well, so it was only natural for Jianqin to use the divine crystals. He did not find anything wrong with it. After buying the saint artifacts, Jianqin went to a pill store and bought a large number of pills suitable for various levels of cultivation. He even bought all the 10,000-year God origin pills in the nearby pill stores. 10,000-year God origin pills were extremely rare in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, and they were extremely expensive. There were barely any people who could afford them. However, in the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty, they were common goods. They could be found everywhere, and they were extremely cheap. Aside from that, Jianqin spent over a dozen supreme quality divine crystals to buy 2 divine king level formations, one for attack and one for defense. He wanted to use them as the protective formations of the Tianyuan family. Even though they only possessed the power of an early divine king, they could be regarded as the most powerful formations in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. And that was because he was in the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty. If he were in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, he would not have been able to buy such formations no matter how many divine crystals he had. Jianqin's extravagant spending naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, this was the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty, so the people who could come here were naturally more knowledgeable than the people of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. As a result, they were only surprised that Jianqin had bought so many 10,000-year God origin pills. They did not pay much attention to the divine crystals he possessed. After all, experts had gathered in the imperial capital because of the competition. Many experts from large organizations had come. Some of them seemed ordinary, but they were actually experts who hid their strength well. Jianqin was naturally considered as one of them by some people who were unable to see through his cultivation. However, 10,000-year God origin pills, which had great side effects, did not sell very well in the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty. Very few people would consume them, yet someone had suddenly bought them in bulk today. He had bought through several streets of pill stores, so it naturally raised the curiosity and confusion of many people. As a result, the news of someone buying large quantities of God origin pills spread silently. The pill stores that Jianqin had visited naturally became overjoyed. They believed they had made a killing. The pill stores that had not been visited by Jianqin all became envious. They even sent people to look for this mysterious person who bought 10,000-year God origin pills in bulk. There's actually someone who's buying so many 10,000-year God origin pills. The side effects are so great that many people can't even digest a single one. Isn't this person crazy for buying so many in one go? Sister Xing, do you think this person is crazy? Don't tell me he wants to consume large quantities of 10,000-year God origin pills to increase his cultivation. The 2 princesses, Xing and Lan walked along a bustling street in the imperial capital. Beside them were a few guards in simple clothes. Xing also widened her beautiful eyes when she heard Lan words. Sister Lan, I've heard that some magical beasts with powerful bodies can ignore the side effects of 10,000-year God origin pills. Do you think the person who bought so many 10,000-year God origin pills is an extremely powerful magical beast? Ha ha ha, even if it's a magical beast, there's no need to buy so many of them. This is simply something that only a fool with a lot of money would do. I guess this person must be a blockhead. Haha, Xing like messing with idiots the most. Father's mount is constantly messed with by me. It's hilarious just thinking about it. I really want to see what kind of magical beast that has taken on a human form and bought so many 10,000-year God origin pills is. If it's suitable, taming it into a mount isn't a bad idea. Anger immediately appeared on Lan Er's face when she heard that. She said, "Humph, Sister Xing, it would have been better if you hadn't mentioned it. Now that you mention it, I immediately thought of that wretched person. That wretched person also has a powerful body. Our full-powered attacks couldn't harm him at all." "Aya, Sister Lan, why do you have to mention that? Why do you have to mention that person all of a sudden? Whenever I think of that person, I'll be filled with anger." Xing ground her teeth as well and revealed an expression of great resentment. Chapter 1946. What's that? Suddenly, Xing was stunned. She looked at a shop on the side of the street. It was a shop that specialized in selling various saint artifacts as well as various strange materials. However, at that moment, a blue light shone from the shop, directly reaching the street. The blue light was not dense. At the same time, it did not give off any pulses of energy. However, specks of star-like light flickered within the blue light. That scene was like a vast expanse of stars suddenly appearing in the blue sky. It was extremely mesmerizing. "Let's go in and have a look." The sudden appearance of the blue light immediately attracted the attention of Xing and Lan. Immediately, the two princesses seemed to have forgotten about Jianchen. They held hands and quickly ran into the shop. Inside the shop, the shopkeeper was standing on the counter with a wooden box in his hands. Inside the wooden box, there was a stone the size of a fist lying quietly. The blue light that was mixed with the colors of the stars was emitted from this stone. Not only did the blue light fill the entire shop, but even the shopkeeper's old face was dyed purplish-blue by the light. "I want this spatial fantasy meteorite. Shopkeeper, can you lower the price a little?" An old man also stood before the shopkeeper. He was currently bargaining with the shopkeeper. 500,000 high-grade divine crystals is already the lowest price. "I really can't go any lower." The shopkeeper smiled like a professional. His voice was extremely friendly. At this moment, Xing and Lan just happened to see the stone as well. They were immediately drawn away by the enchanting star-like light from the stone. They could not help but cry out, "What a pretty stone! If we take it back and polish it, it'll definitely be extremely pretty. Shopkeeper, we want this stone. We'll pay 1,000,000 high-grade divine crystals." So it's the two princesses. I never thought that even the princesses would be interested in the void fantasy astral rock. The innkeeper clearly knew Xing and Lan. He hurriedly bowed and greeted them. He smiled apologetically and was extremely courteous. The old man who originally wanted to buy the void fantasy star stone could only sigh helplessly after learning the identity of the two women from the shopkeeper. Knowing that it was hopeless for him to buy the void fantasy star stone, he walked out of the inn with a face full of regret. "Shopkeeper, here you go. Here's 1,000,000 high-grade divine crystals." Xing immediately took out a space ring to pay. "Wait!" However, a voice suddenly rang out. With a flash, a figure had silently appeared before Xing and Lan. When Xing and Lan saw the person's face, their faces immediately changed. They became extremely furious as they glared at the person as if they were about to spit fire. They said furiously, "It's actually you. How bold of you to appear before me." Naturally, the person who had suddenly appeared was Jianchen. Jianchen was clearly stunned as well. He had placed all his attention on the spatial fantasy meteorite earlier. When he saw that someone wanted to buy the spatial fantasy meteorite, he immediately rushed over as quickly as he could. He really did not see Xing and Lan clearly. Jianchen immediately felt a headache when he saw Xing and Lan's furious gazes. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fist apologetically and said, "Princesses, what happened a few days ago was purely a misunderstanding. I was also framed." "Shut up. You're not allowed to mention that again." However, before Jianchen could finish speaking, Xing and Lan roared furiously at Jianchen secretly. Their gazes seemed murderous as if they wanted to kill him. They did not dare to say something like that directly, as they were afraid that it would spread. Jianchen glanced at Xing and Lan. He sighed and ignored them. He turned around and said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, I just happen to need this rock. I'll pay 2 million high-grade divine crystals." This. The shopkeeper hesitated. He looked at the two princesses, Xing and Lan. Xing and Lan both gritted their teeth as they stared at Jianchen resentfully. They also made a bid. "I'll pay 5 million high-grade divine crystals. No one can take away what I want." Jianchen immediately felt a headache. He knew that Xing and Lan wanted to compete with him. If it were anything else, he could give up and not lower himself to their level, but the spatial fantasy meteorite was a material for forging the azulate swords. He needed to obtain it. "I need this material very much as well. I must obtain it this time. I'll pay a block of supreme grade divine crystal." Jianchen knew that it was useless to say anything. All he could do was bid. Although the spatial fantasy meteorite was not the only one, who knew when he would come across a second one if he missed out on this opportunity. As a result, whenever a material for forging the azulate swords appeared, he would do everything he could to obtain it. 2 blocks of supreme grade divine crystal. Xing and Lan bit their lips as they made a bid. Their hatred for Jianchen had reached the depths of their bones. They believed that Jianchen had done it on purpose, but when they thought about what had happened a few days ago, how could they just accept defeat when they were faced with Jianchen's overbearing attitude? As a result, even though they knew that the price had completely exceeded the value of the spatial fantasy meteorite, they still did not back down at all. Isn't this Princess Xing and Princess Lan? Ha ha, what a coincidence. I never thought I'd run into the two princesses here. Looks like we really are fated. At this moment, a young man in golden robes strode in from outside with some arrogance on his face. He stared at Xing and Lan with excitement. Behind this young man were several young men in uniform. They all looked at the golden-clothed young man in front of them with respect. Xing and Lan immediately became slightly impatient when they saw the young man. However, Xing seemed to think of something soon afterwards. She smiled mysteriously and crossed her arms before her chest. She said angrily with a stern face, "What a bummer. I finally got the chance to come out and play with Sister Lan after so much difficulty, and I just happened to come across something I liked. Who knows where this ignorant person came from? He actually wants to steal something that Sister Lan and I want at the same time." Something like that happened? Who's so bold to steal something that Princess Xing and Princess Lan want? A cold light flashed through the young man's eyes when he heard that. His voice became frigid. Xing crossed her arms and stared at the ceiling. She said without even looking back, "There's only a few people here. Who else could it be?" Chapter 1947. The young man spoke very casually. He did not take Jianchen seriously at all. Even though he had no idea who Jianchen was, or what his background was, since he dared to fight with Xing and Lan. However, in his opinion, there was no need for him to know this with his status. This is the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty. It's clearly forbidden. Do you dare to ignore the rules of the Xiandao dynasty? Jianchen stared at the young man calmly. Rules? The young man sneered when he heard that. He stared at Jianchen mockingly and said, "Rules are only used to restrain regular people. To me, I can ignore these rules." Xing and Lan were naturally happy to see Jianchen clash with the young man. At the same time, they did not forget to fan the flames. That's right. With young Master Zhou's identity and status, there is indeed no need for him to follow these rules. Young Master Zhou, why are you wasting so much time on this person? Why don't you do it already? Us sisters feel irritated whenever we see him. The young man in gold immediately beamed with joy when he heard her call him young Master Zhou. He felt extremely happy. Moreover, when the soft and sweet voice entered the young man's ears, his entire body was filled with energy. Not only was this the first time Xing and Lan had called him young Master Zhou, but it was also the first time they had spoken to him with such a gentle tone. Not only did the young man not sense anything strange about the sudden change of the two princesses, but it made him extremely excited instead. He believed that this was a great opportunity for him to display his strength before the two princesses. The golden-robed young man's face suddenly hardened. He gave off a condescending aura and said in a tone that he believed to be very dignified and unquestionable, after crippling this person's cultivation, investigate his background. He dared to offend the two princesses. This is a great crime. Just crippling your cultivation is not enough to pay for it. The clan behind you must pay a certain price. If you don't have a family and are just an itinerant cultivator without any sect, then the rest of the crimes will be inflicted on your birth parents, and your parents will make up for the rest of their sins. The golden-clothed young man's voice was extremely cold, as if he was in control of Jianqin's life. He did not notice at all that the guards of Xing and Lan dared not say anything when they saw someone compete with their masters. When Jianqin heard the golden-clothed young man judge his parents, his face instantly turned gloomy and cold. At the same time, the people behind the golden-robed young man arrived before Jianqin as well. Two of them tried to capture Jianqin, while the others all took out their saint artifacts and slashed at Jianqin's limbs mercilessly. One of them even stabbed his sword at Jianqin's dantian. Xing and Lan stood to one side leisurely as they watched this. They smiled from the success of their scheme. Naturally, the two of them knew about Jianqin's strength. They also knew that Jianqin had a primordial realm expert behind him, but they just happened to want to make trouble for Jianqin. They did not want Jianqin to have an easy time. Jianqin did not even glance at the people who attacked him. He locked onto the golden-clothed young man and flicked his fingers. A few strands of sword chi shot out from his fingers. Ding, ding, ding. With a series of thunders, the saint artifacts of the people who attacked Jianqin all snapped at that moment. At the same time, the sword chi from Jianqin did not slow down at all after snapping their saint artifacts. They continued towards their bodies. All the people who attacked Jianqin staggered backwards with miserable cries. Their faces became extremely pale, having been heavily injured. The power of the laws of the sword wreaked havoc in their bodies, causing them to constantly vomit blood. Jianqin turned into a blur and arrived beside the golden-clothed young man in a single instance. He grabbed the young man's neck and said coldly, "Originally, I only planned on punishing you slightly, but you should have never, ever threatened my parents. Even if they're divine king experts, I will make them pay the price for threatening my parents." With that, light suddenly flickered from Jianqin's hand around the young man's neck. Strands of sharp sword chi entered the young man's body in an extremely brutal manner, directly entering his dantian and destroying it. The golden-clothed young man trembled violently as blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. Unfortunately, Jianqin had grabbed him by the neck, preventing him from making any sounds. Otherwise, his miserable cries would have been earth-shattering long ago. Afterwards, Jianqin gently smacked the young man's head before tossing him onto the street outside like a dead dog. He did not even glance at him. The young man's soul had almost dispersed from Jianqin's smack. He directly fainted. Fortunately, Jianqin did not intend to kill him. He had only heavily injured his soul, making it difficult for him to recover. His dantian had been destroyed, and his soul had almost dispersed. Even though the golden-clothed young man did not die from such a heavy blow, he was basically a cripple. After doing all that, Jianqin acted like nothing had happened at all. He continued to arrive before the spatial fantasy meteorite and stared at Xing and Lan emotionlessly. He said coldly, "I've already offered 3 blocks of supreme-grade divine crystal for this spatial fantasy meteorite. Do you still want it, princesses?" Xing and Lan stared at the golden-clothed young man who lay on the street like a pile of mud. They scanned him with the senses of their souls and observed his injuries clearly. This shocked them, so they were no longer in the mood to compete with Jianchen for the spatial fantasy meteorite. In the end, Jianchen purchased the spatial fantasy meteorite for the astronomical price of 3 blocks of supreme-grade divine crystal. However, Jianchen had obtained Yaxilian's vast wealth. Even though 3 blocks of supreme-grade divine crystal was a huge amount, he did not feel pained spending it at all. Zhou Chu has actually been crippled. Isn't this a bit too ruthless? After all, behind Zhou Chu is. At that moment, Xing and Lan looked at each other. Their expressions were rather ugly. The two of them had realized that this matter had escalated. They wanted to make trouble for Jianchen, but they never thought that Jianchen would be so vicious, directly crippling Zhou Chu. This had completely exceeded their expectations. News of the malicious wounding that had occurred in the imperial capital of the Xuanzhou Empire naturally spread like wildfire. In a short while, the golden-clothed young man was surrounded by many people who had rushed over after hearing the news. Many people pointed at the young man as they discussed. That seems to be young Master Zhou Chu of the Qianyun Gateway. Heavens, who's bold enough to injure young Master Zhou of the Qianyun Gateway to such a state? The Qianyun Gateway is one of the peak sects of the Xiandao Empire. Even the imperial family has to show respect to them. They possess an extremely great status. It's said that Zhou Chu is the descendant of a primordial realm ancestor of the Qianyun Gateway. Now that Zhou Chu has been injured like this, he's basically crippled. The Qianyun Gateway probably won't just let this matter go. Zhou Chu. Just as the crowd was discussing spiritedly, a cry of alarm came from the sky. A middle-aged man in white robes descended from the sky, emitting a boundless pressure. His expression was ugly as he stared at Zhou Chu, who was lying on the ground. Chapter 1948. The killing intent directly caused the temperature in the surroundings to plummet, as if it had become a cavern of ice. The bustling streets were already packed with people, but they all shivered when the white-robed, middle-aged man's killing intent enveloped them. It was a bone-chilling coldness, and they could not help but back away. Even the overgods were no exception. The divine king! Countless people cried out inside. Their gazes towards the white-robed, middle-aged man were filled with fear from the bottom of their hearts. There were also traces of envy and yearning. The divine king realm was a realm that they could only dream of. It was what they pursued their entire lives. Who is it? Who did this? The white-robed divine king was extremely furious. He roared out, but soon afterwards, he locked onto Jianchen's shop. This was because there were still a few disciples from the Qianyun Gateway lying on the ground. Blood had already formed a carpet, and it gave off a bloody smell. In the store, Xing and Lan were both innocent. They glanced at Jianchen with some schadenfreude before leaving the inn with their guards. However, the two of them did not go very far. Instead, they stood nearby and watched in great interest. The white-robed divine king naturally recognized Xing and Lan. He glanced at the two of them before glaring at Jianchen. At this moment, Jianchen stowed the spatial fantasy meteorite away and made his way out of the shop. He stared at the divine king's murderous gaze, but he remained calm and composed. "Were you the one who injured Zhou Chu?" The white-robed divine king's gaze was extremely terrifying. As he spoke, the surging presence of a divine king radiated from him, crushing down on Jianchen like a mountain. At this moment, another powerful aura was transmitted over. In the void, a majestic middle-aged man clad in armor appeared. In the distance, a large group of armored Imperial Army soldiers was rushing over. "It's the commander of the Imperial Guards, General Jean." As soon as the armored middle-aged man appeared, cries of surprise rang out from the surroundings. General Jean appeared here expressionlessly. He glanced at Zhou Chu, who was almost crippled, and frowned immediately. He understood just how special Zhou Chu's status in the Qianyun Gateway was. Out of the two primordial realm ancestors of the Qianyun Gateway, One of them was Zhou Chu's senior. Now that Zhou Chu had suffered such heavy injuries in the imperial capital, he would not be able to absolve himself of the responsibility as the general responsible for maintaining order in the imperial capital. General Jin's expression immediately became gloomy. He swept his gaze around and was just about to question the culprit when he suddenly discovered Jianchen. This caused him to be startled. His sharp intuition allowed him to subconsciously understand who the culprit was. He suddenly felt a headache coming on and did not know how to deal with it. Both sides possessed great backgrounds. He could not afford to offend either of them. That's right. I injured him. Aren't you going to ask me why I injured him? Jianchen stared at the Divine King calmly and said calmly. Jianchen, Brother Feihe, there's probably some misunderstanding here. Please don't look for the culprit and wait for the results of the investigation, General Jin said. Originally, he had come aggressively to arrest the culprit, but now, he could only try to mediate the situation. Misunderstanding? Nephew Zhou Chu has already been injured to such a degree. No matter what misunderstanding there is, it will all turn into hatred. General Jin, there's no need for you to say anything more. No matter what kind of background this person has, he will pay the price, said the Divine King coldly. The white-robed God King said coldly. How could he not tell from General Jin's attitude that Jianchen's background was anything but simple? However, their Qianyun gateway had never feared anyone. Since you've crippled Zhou Chu, I'll cripple you as well. Then, I'll return to the sect and hand you over to the ancestor, said the Divine King. As he said that, he directly tapped Jianchen with a finger. That tap of his stirred up the power of laws in the surroundings. The powerful laws of the Divine King's realm instantly condensed on his finger, turning into a divine chain of order that struck towards Jianchen's dantian. Oh no, retreat! As soon as the Divine King attacked, the expressions of the onlookers changed drastically. They all fled frantically. The Divine King's attack was just too powerful. With their strength, even if the imperial capital was protected by powerful formations, they would not be able to escape if they were too close. They would still be caught in the crossfire. General Jin was filled with bitterness. He did not believe that Jianchen was Feihe's opponent, and there was also a terrifying existence behind Jianchen. As a result, he could not let anything happen to Jianchen. However, just when General Jin was about to block the flying river, a powerful sword chi suddenly appeared from below. General Jin was stunned by this. A golden ray of sword light shot towards the white-robed God King Feihe with terrifying energy undulations that even General Jin was shocked. Behind the golden streak of sword chi, Jianchen wielded the startling rainbow sword. He seemed to have fused with the sword as he was enveloped by a powerful glow. He followed behind the golden streak of sword chi and stabbed towards Feihe with an unstoppable force. Boom! The golden streak of sword chi collided with Feihe's chains of laws, and it was like two comets colliding loudly. It shattered with a deafening sound, turning into terrifying ripples of energy that shot out in all directions. A formation immediately appeared in the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty, completely isolating the ripples of energy. It was unable to harm the imperial capital at all. A gleam of light flashed through Feihe's eyes. He looked at Jianchen in shock. Through his senses, he naturally knew that Jianchen was not the same as the Divine King. He was only a peak overgod. An overgod had actually managed to block his attack head-on and did not lose the upper hand at all. He found this to be unbelievable. However, Jianchen clearly did not stop there. After the Daluo sword chi shattered, he fused with the startling rainbow sword and charged through the region where the ripples of energy wreaked havoc. He stabbed towards Feihe, arriving before him in a single instance. It's actually a supreme overgod from the overgod's plaque, Feihe said coldly. He did not become flustered at all in the face of Jianchen's attack. He swung his hand calmly and directly grabbed Jianchen's startling rainbow sword. Jianchen sneered. The power of the laws of the sword and chaotic force immediately erupted from the startling rainbow sword, dispersing the layer of power of laws around Fei He's hand. Without the protection of energy, how could Fei He resist the sharpness of the startling rainbow sword with his body of flesh even though he was a divine king? Jianchen pushed with his arm, and the startling rainbow sword cut through Fei He's hand. It stabbed through Fei He's hand with a smear of blood, heading straight for Fei He's heart. Light erupted from Fei He's eyes. At that moment, his gaze had become extremely shocking. There was also deep shock in his eyes. In the next moment, a sword appeared in his hand. He swung it, sending it towards Jianchen's startling rainbow sword with lightning speed as a blur, knocking it aside. Tai sword technique. Jianchen responded extremely quickly. He formed a seal with his hand and fused with his sword. His soul fused with his sword, and sword qi gathered around him. He directly charged towards Fei He.